Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still can't explain what happened that night in our backyard. It's been 3 months, and I've replayed it in my head at least 100 times. I'm not normally one to believe in paranormal stuff. I mean, I watch horror movies and laugh at the dumb decisions characters make, but when you experience something yourself, it changes things. For context, my roommate Ethan and I had been living in Oak Ridge City for about 3 years. We'd been renting this massive 8-bedroom historic home with a group of friends. But as people moved out and the rent kept climbing, it made less financial sense to stay. By last October, it was just the two of us rattling around in this enormous place, paying way too much. We started looking for something smaller and decided buying was the smarter long-term plan. The housing market in Oak Ridge is brutal, but we managed to find this older house in a quiet neighborhood that had been sitting empty for about 4 years. The listing photos were awful. Peeling wallpaper, outdated kitchen, a backyard that looked like a jungle. But the bones were good, and the price was right, because it needed so much work. The previous owner had apparently just left. The realtor was vague about the details, just said there had been a family situation and the owner moved out of state. The house had been sitting in probate or something for years before finally hitting the market. Ethan and I are both pretty handy, him more than me to be honest, so we figured we could fix it up ourselves and save a ton of money. We closed on the place in late January and immediately started renovations. Ethan took the upstairs bathroom and bedroom renovations, while I tackled the main floor. So that brings me to the night it happened. It was a Thursday in February, and Ethan had left that morning to visit his boyfriend in Cincinnati for the weekend. I had the house to myself and decided to use the extra time to work on the sunroom that extended off the kitchen into the backyard. This sunroom was a weird addition to the house, clearly added later with these old aluminum windows that were practically falling apart and a sliding glass door that led to the back patio. The previous owners had used it as some kind of plant room. There were still dirt stains on the concrete floor and hooks in the ceiling for hanging plants. I'd been working all day removing the old window frames, and by around 11 at night I was exhausted, but wanted to finish caulking around the new windows I'd installed. The backyard was pitch black beyond the sliding door. We hadn't gotten around to installing outdoor lighting yet. I had my work light set up and my podcast playing from my phone while I worked. I was on my knees, finishing up the last window when the sliding door, which I'd closed because it was freezing outside, suddenly slid open about 6 inches. I remember feeling this immediate rush of cold air on my back. My first thought was that I hadn't latched it properly and the wind had pushed it open, even though, now that I think about it, there wasn't much wind that night. I turned around to close it, and that's when I heard it. "Jackson? Hey, can you come out here for a sec? I need your help with something." It was Ethan's voice, clear as day, coming from the darkness of our backyard. But here's the thing. Ethan was 4 hours away in Cincinnati. I'd literally texted with him an hour earlier when he sent me a picture of him and his boyfriend at dinner. I froze, caulking gun still in my hand. The voice was so distinctly Ethan's, that slight southern accent he still has from growing up in Tennessee, the way he says my name, with the emphasis on the first syllable. It wasn't just someone who sounded similar. It was his voice, exactly his voice. "Jackson, you there? I need some help out here." My heart was hammering in my chest. I stood up slowly and took a couple of steps toward the door. The backyard was completely dark beyond the small pool of light that spilled out from the sunroom. I couldn't see anyone out there. "Ethan," I called out, immediately feeling stupid because I knew I absolutely knew that Ethan wasn't there. No response. I walked closer to the door, squinting into the darkness. Our backyard isn't huge, maybe 40 feet deep before it hits the wooden fence separating our property from the neighbors behind us. There's a concrete patio right outside the sunroom, then grass and a couple of old oak trees at the back. I couldn't see anyone. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it into the yard. Nothing moved. No one was there. The rational part of my brain immediately started coming up with explanations. Maybe it was the neighbors, but no. Their yard is separated from ours by a 6-foot fence, and anyway, why would they be calling my name pretending to be Ethan? Maybe I'd been working too long and imagined it. But I heard it so clearly, and twice. Here's the strangest part, though. I wasn't scared, not really. Confused, definitely. Unsettled, absolutely. But I didn't feel any sense of danger or malice. Whatever had spoken in Ethan's voice didn't feel threatening to me. I closed and locked the sliding door, double-checking the latch this time. I even placed a wooden dowel in the track to make sure it couldn't open again. Then I went back to finishing the caulking, trying to rationalize what had just happened. When I finally went to bed around 1 in the morning, I had convinced myself I was overtired and had imagined the whole thing. Maybe the podcast I was listening to had something that sounded like Ethan's voice, and my brain just filled in the rest. That had to be it. The next morning I was less certain. I checked the backyard in daylight. No footprints, no signs anyone had been there. The sliding door was still locked with the dowel in place. I didn't tell Ethan right away when he got back on Sunday. I mean, how do you bring that up? Hey, by the way, I heard your voice in our backyard when you were 4 hours away. Isn't that weird? He'd think I was losing it. Instead, I casually asked if he'd ever experienced anything strange in the house. We were unpacking his bag in the kitchen when I brought it up. Hey, random question, but have you noticed anything unusual about this place? Ethan paused, a folded t-shirt in his hands. Unusual how? I shrugged, trying to keep it casual. I don't know. Strange noises, weird vibes, that kind of thing. He gave me this long look, then set the shirt down. Actually, yeah. About a month ago when you were visiting your parents, I was alone here and thought I saw someone in the backyard one night. I freaked out and called the cops. My stomach dropped. What? You never told me about that. I didn't want to worry you. The police came, searched the whole property but didn't find anyone. No footprints, no sign of anyone breaking in. They suggested it might have been shadows from the tree branches or something. He hesitated. I felt kind of stupid afterward, making a big deal over nothing. Did you see what they looked like? I asked. Ethan shook his head. Just a silhouette, tall, male-shaped, standing near the fence. When I turned on the porch light, it was gone. He looked at me with narrowed eyes. Why are you asking? Did something happen while I was gone? I debated whether to tell him, but decided I needed to know if I was going crazy or not. I heard your voice in the backyard Thursday night, I said. The sliding door in the sunroom opened, and I heard you calling my name, asking for help with something. Ethan's face went pale. That's not possible. I was with Dave. I know. That's why it freaked me out. It was your voice, Ethan. Not someone who sounded like you. It was exactly your voice. We both stood there in silence for a moment, letting the implications sink in. There's something else, Ethan said finally. I didn't mention it before because it seemed so minor, but sometimes when I'm alone in the house, I hear knocking. Not like someone at the door, but like knocking on the walls. 3 knocks, then silence. It's happened maybe 4 or 5 times since we moved in. I've never heard that, I said. It only happens when you're not here, and usually at night. We spent the rest of that evening discussing theories, everything from the house settling to actual ghosts. We even researched the history of the place, but couldn't find anything particularly dark or tragic. The house was built in the 1970s, had about 5 previous owners, and no records of deaths on the property. The strange thing is, neither of us felt scared enough to leave. There was no sense of malevolence in the experiences. Whatever or whoever was in our house didn't seem to wish us harm. Over the next few weeks, we started noticing other little things. Items not being where we left them, the sound of footsteps upstairs when we were both downstairs, the occasional cold spot in otherwise warm rooms. But the voice never returned, at least not when I was around. Then last week, Ethan was away again, visiting his parents this time. I was in the kitchen making dinner when I heard 3 distinct knocks on the wall beside me. Knock, 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 then silence. I waited, heart racing, but nothing else happened. No voice, no more knocks. Later that night, I was almost asleep when my bedroom door, which I always close, slowly opened about halfway. I sat up, fully expecting to see someone or something standing there in the darkness, but there was nothing, just the empty hallway beyond. I got up and checked the entire house, all the doors and windows, everything was locked. I was alone, or at least physically alone. I still don't know what to make of any of this. I'm not religious or particularly spiritual, but I can't deny what's happening in our house. Something is here with us, something that can mimic Ethan's voice perfectly, that knocks on walls and opens doors. The rational part of me wants to find logical explanations. Maybe there are hidden passages we don't know about. Maybe sound carries strangely in this neighborhood. Maybe the house has structural issues, causing doors to open on their own. But another part of me is becoming increasingly convinced that we're sharing our home with something not entirely human. The weird thing is, I'm still not scared. Neither is Ethan. Whatever is here doesn't feel threatening. It feels almost like it's trying to communicate, to get our attention, like it wants to be acknowledged. We've decided to stay, at least for now. We've put too much work into the renovations to walk away, and honestly, I'm curious. I want to know what it is, what it wants. So that's where we stand today, living in a house that might be haunted by something that can perfectly mimic my roommate's voice. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I'm not sure I would believe it myself if someone else told me this story. But I know what I heard that night, and it wasn't my imagination. Whatever is in our backyard, whatever is in our house, it knows us. It knows our names, our voices, and for some reason, it wants our attention. I just wish I knew why. Story 2. I don't even know where to begin with this. My hands are shaking just typing this out, but I need to share what happened to me. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar, or knows how to help. I've been lurking on this forum for weeks, reading similar accounts, but nothing quite matches what I'm going through. I've always been the rational one in my friend group. Science, logic, evidence, that was my thing. I used to roll my eyes whenever my girlfriend Alyssa would talk about paranormal stuff. She's always been into that world. Crystals on the windowsill, sage burning when we moved into our apartment, the whole deal. I found it cute, but ultimately harmless. About 8 months ago, we were watching this documentary about haunted objects. They featured this thing called a Dybbuk box, supposedly a Jewish wine cabinet that contained a malevolent spirit. They showed the original one that had been passed around and supposedly caused all kinds of havoc. Alyssa was completely fascinated, but I kept pointing out how all the evidence was just coincidence and confirmation bias. Max, some things can't be explained by science, she said. Sure they can, I replied. People just don't look hard enough for the real explanations. The argument went on for days. I kept saying how people create these stories because they want to believe in something beyond death. She said I was closed-minded. Looking back now, I wish I had just let it go. But no, I had to prove my point. 3 days after watching that documentary, I found a listing online for a genuine Dybbuk box for $300. The seller claimed it was made in the traditional way and had been sealed with proper Hebrew prayers. The description warned not to open it under any circumstances. I thought it was hilarious marketing and immediately bought it, planning to open it in front of Alyssa to show her it was just a fancy box. The package arrived about a week later. It was heavier than I expected, wrapped in brown paper with Hebrew letters scrawled on it. Inside was a wooden box about the size of a shoebox. Dark wood with some carvings I didn't recognize. There was a small brass lock, but the key was included in a separate envelope with a final warning not to use it. I waited until Friday night when Alyssa came over. I had set up my phone to record her reaction, thinking it would be funny to capture her fear, followed by the realization that nothing would happen. My grandfather was visiting that weekend too, staying in our guest room. He had been staying with us on and off since my grandmother passed away last year. He didn't want to be alone in their house, and honestly, I was happy to have him around. "What's that?" Alyssa asked when she saw the box on our coffee table. "This," I said with a smirk, "is a genuine Dybbuk box. I'm going to open it and prove once and for all this supernatural stuff is nonsense." Her face went pale. "Max, don't. Even if you don't believe, you don't mess with these things. It's a box, Alyssa. Just a box some guy made to sell to gullible people." My grandfather walked in at that moment. "What are you kids arguing about?" "Nothing, Grandpa," I said. "Just a stupid box." Before Alyssa could stop me, I inserted the key and turned it. The lock clicked open, and I lifted the lid. Inside was nothing special. Some old coins, a dried flower, a small doll made of cloth that looked handmade, and a piece of parchment with Hebrew writing. Alyssa refused to touch anything, but I picked up each item, examining it and putting it back. "See? Nothing. No demons, no spirits, no Dybbuk." I closed the box but didn't lock it again. That night, I put the box on my desk and forgot about it. Alyssa was mad at me, saying I was being disrespectful of other cultures and beliefs. We went to bed with that tension hanging between us. I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of someone crying. At first, I thought it was Alyssa, but she was sound asleep next to me. The crying sounded like it was coming from the living room. I got up thinking maybe my grandfather was having a rough night. He sometimes got emotional about Grandma. But when I walked into the hallway, I saw my grandfather standing there too, looking confused. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. I nodded. The crying had stopped, but now there was a soft humming, a woman humming a melody I recognized instantly. It was a lullaby my grandmother used to sing to me when I was little. "Mary?" my grandfather called out, using my grandmother's name. "Mary, is that you?" The humming stopped abruptly. We stood there in silence for a full minute before my grandfather spoke again. "I've heard her before," he said quietly. "I thought I was just imagining it." I felt a chill run down my spine, but forced myself to stay rational. "Grandpa, it's probably just the pipes or the neighbors. Old buildings make weird noises." He shook his head. "I know my wife's voice, Maxwell." We both went back to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I told myself it was just suggestion. I had opened that stupid box, and now my brain was looking for spooky things to happen. That's how these stories always start, right? But deep down, something felt wrong. The next morning, I reviewed the footage from our apartment's security camera. We had installed one after a break-in last year. To my shock, the humming was clearly audible on the recording. Not just ambient noise or pipes, distinct humming of my grandmother's lullaby. I didn't tell Alyssa. I didn't want to give her the satisfaction of thinking she was right. Instead, I did what any rational person would do. I researched. I spent hours reading about auditory hallucinations, shared psychosis, infrasound that could create the impression of paranormal activity. There had to be an explanation. A week passed, and things seemed normal. The box sat on my desk, partially forgotten, but then my cousin Jake came to visit. He stayed the night on our couch, and in the morning he looked like he hadn't slept at all. Dude, who was that woman walking around your apartment last night? He asked over coffee. My blood ran cold. What woman? I don't know, older lady. She was just standing in the doorway, watching me for like an hour. I thought maybe it was Alyssa's mum or something. Alyssa's mum lives in Arizona. There was no woman in our apartment. That same day I got a call that my friend Chris had died in a car accident. Chris, who had been over just 3 days earlier and had picked up the cloth doll from the box, examining it despite Alyssa's protests. The coincidence made me uneasy, but I pushed the thought aside. Accidents happen. 2 weeks later, another friend, Devin, who had also been over and seen the box, was hospitalized with an unexplained seizure disorder. He'd never had seizures before. By the 3rd month after opening the box, 3 people I knew had died, all from different causes, all seemingly random. 6 others had experienced health problems or accidents, and the voice, my grandmother's voice, was now a regular occurrence in our apartment. My grandfather had started responding to it, having full conversations with empty rooms. Once, I walked in on him laughing and talking as if my grandmother was sitting right there with him. When he saw me, his smile was so genuine, it broke my heart. "She's back, Maxwell," he said. "She's come back to us." I started experiencing health problems too. First, it was just fatigue and headaches. Then strange bruises appeared on my arms and legs, bruises I couldn't explain. I developed a persistent cough that no medicine seemed to help. Doctors ran tests, but found nothing conclusive. The worst part was the dreams. Every night, I dreamed of an old woman who was almost, but not quite, my grandmother. Her face would shift slightly when she thought I wasn't looking, becoming something else, something with too many teeth and eyes that were completely black. I finally broke down and told Alyssa everything, about the voice, the deaths, my health, the dreams. I expected her to say, "I told you so," but instead she was terrified. She moved out the next day, saying she couldn't stay in the apartment anymore. She still calls to check on me, but she won't come over. 5 months after opening the box, I woke up to find scratches on my chest, 3 parallel lines that burned like fire. That same night, my grandfather had a heart attack. He survived, but in the hospital, he kept talking about how Mary was angry that they were keeping him there. I started researching how to properly reseal the box. I found a rabbi online who specialized in Jewish mysticism and emailed him my story. His response was immediate and chilling. "What you've released isn't your grandmother. These entities can mimic the voices and appearances of loved ones. It's using your grandfather's grief as an entry point. The box should never have been opened." He gave me instructions for a ritual to reseal the box, but warned it might be too late, that once these things attach themselves to people, containing them again is nearly impossible. Last week, I set up our security cameras to cover every angle of the apartment. I wanted documentation of what was happening. What they captured has destroyed any skepticism I had left. At exactly 3:17 in the morning, the cameras showed a figure moving from my office, where the box was, to my grandfather's room. It wasn't clearly visible, more like a distortion in the air, a shadow that didn't match any light source. But the audio picked up my grandmother's voice, calling my grandfather's name. Then the camera in my room captured something standing over my bed. For 2 hours, it just stood there, watching me sleep. When I reviewed the footage, I could make out a vague human shape, but its proportions were wrong. Arms too long, head slightly too large. The worst part? When I showed my grandfather the footage, thinking it would finally convince him something was wrong, he smiled and said, "See, I told you she was back. She looks just the same." He didn't see what I saw. I'm trapped. I can't tell my grandfather that the thing he thinks is his beloved wife is something else entirely. It would destroy him. But every night, that thing is getting stronger, more visible, more bold. 3 people are dead. My health is deteriorating. My grandfather talks to empty rooms. And I'm afraid to sleep because I know it watches me. The box sits in my closet now. I tried the resealing ritual, but nothing changed. I'm afraid it's too late. Whatever came out of that box isn't going back in. I don't know what to do. Has anyone dealt with something like this before? Is there any way to get rid of this thing without telling my grandfather the truth? I'm desperate for help, but I'm also afraid that reaching out might make this thing angry. If you're reading this and you're tempted to buy one of these boxes to prove they're fake, don't. Some skepticism should stay untested. I learned that too late. Story 3. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or supernatural stuff. 20 years in the army makes you pretty practical about things. I've seen some messed up shit in my time, but nothing prepared me for what happened at Fort Irwin. This was back in 2017. I was with the National Guard, and we'd just finished our training rotation at the National Training Center at Fort Irwin, California. If you've never been to Fort Irwin, it's basically this massive training area in the Mojave Desert, hot as hell during the day, freezing at night, and nothing but sand and scrub brush for miles. Most of my unit headed home, but I stayed behind with a small group because we were prepping for an upcoming deployment. The problem was, Fort Irwin had a serious housing shortage. The permanent personnel filled most of the barracks, and since we were just temporary, they stuck us in what they called Augmentee Village. Basically, these old trailer-style buildings that had seen better days. Our building had 4 rooms with 2 bunks each, a small day room with a TV that barely worked, and a tiny kitchen area. The bathrooms, though, were in a separate building behind ours. There were actually 2 bathroom buildings, one we could access, and another one that was permanently locked. Nobody thought much about it at first. Military bases always have random locked buildings. The first few days were uneventful. The training area was busy with the next rotation coming in, so we mostly kept to ourselves, working on pre-deployment paperwork and inventories. Our routine was simple. Wake up, PT, work, chow, more work, then maybe grab a beer at the Class 6 before heading back to our rooms. It was around my 5th night there when things got weird. I was alone in the building. The others had gone to the PX to grab some stuff. It was probably around 2300 hours, and I was just about to hit the rack when I heard it. Screaming. Not like someone joking around, but the kind of screaming that makes your blood run cold. It sounded like it was coming from behind our building. I grabbed my flashlight and ran outside. The screaming had stopped, but now I could hear water running, like multiple showers going at once. It was coming from that locked bathroom building. As I approached, I noticed 2 military police vehicles pull up, lights flashing, but no sirens. 4 MPs jumped out, all of them looking tense. One of them spotted me and asked, "You hear it too, Sergeant Major?" I nodded. Sounded like someone was being murdered. The lead MP, a staff sergeant named Rodriguez, sighed like he'd been through this before. "It's the 3rd time this month," he said. They had keys to the bathroom building. Rodriguez unlocked the main door, and they all went in with flashlights and hands on their holsters. I followed them. They didn't stop me, which was strange given that it was clearly some kind of security situation. Inside, the bathroom was old but clean. 8 shower stalls on one side, toilet stalls on the other, and sinks in the middle. 3 of the showers were running full blast, water pooling on the floor. There was no one in sight. The MPs checked every stall, looking increasingly frustrated rather than worried. One of them called out, "Clear!" from the back of the building. Another checked a small utility closet. "Clear here too." Rodriguez turned to me. "Every damn time," he said, shaking his head. "We get calls about screaming, we come check, and there's nobody here, just the showers running. Could someone be getting in and out before you arrive?" I asked. "No way," said another MP, a younger guy. "We've had eyes on this building before. All doors remain locked from the outside. No windows are broken. There's literally no way in or out. except through this main door. As they turned off the showers, I noticed something odd. On the tile wall of one shower, there appeared to be fresh scratches, like someone had clawed at the wall. When I pointed it out, Rodriguez just nodded. Yeah, we get that too. Sometimes it's scratches, sometimes writing on the mirrors that wasn't there before. Last month, all the stall doors were torn off their hinges. I'm not easily spooked, but this was starting to get to me. Why is this building locked up anyway? Seems like a waste of facilities. Rodriguez hesitated, then said, "Standing orders. This building is off limits. Has been for years." He paused. "There's also an order that no female MP is allowed to enter alone, not after what happened to Ramirez." When I asked what happened to Ramirez, the MPs exchanged glances and Rodriguez just shook his head. "Look, Sergeant Major, I've got to file a report. You should head back to your quarters." They finished their check and we all left. Rodriguez locked the door behind us, double-checking it was secure. As they were leaving, the young MP turned to me and said, "Whatever you do, don't come in here alone at night." I didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, I went to the housing office to ask about the bathroom building. The housing manager, a civilian named Dave who'd been working at Irwin for over 15 years, looked uncomfortable when I brought it up. "That building's been nothing but trouble," he said, leaning forward and lowering his voice, even though we were alone in his office. Back in 2009, a soldier committed suicide in there, hung himself in one of the shower stalls after getting a Dear John letter and finding out his wife had emptied their bank accounts. "That's rough," I said. "But why keep the whole building locked up? That was 8 years ago." Dave rubbed his face. "After it happened, things started getting strange. Maintenance would find stall doors off their hinges with no signs of forced removal. The showers would turn on by themselves. People reported feeling like they were being watched or even attacked while showering." "Attacked?" I asked. "Yeah. The worst was this female MP, Ramirez. She went in there alone one night responding to a call about vandalism, found her 20 minutes later, beat all to hell, black eye, bruises all over, said someone jumped her from behind, but there was no one else in the building, all doors still locked from outside." "What did the investigation find?" I asked. "Nothing, no evidence of anyone else being in there. Some people thought she made it up for attention, but I knew Ramirez, straight-laced, by-the-book MP, not the type to make up stories or hurt herself for attention." Dave looked around again, then continued. "Look, I'm not saying I believe in ghosts or any of that supernatural crap. I've been in the army or working for the army my whole adult life, but whatever's in that bathroom, it ain't right. The commander finally just ordered it permanently locked after 3 more incidents." "What kind of incidents?" I asked. 2 soldiers claiming they were shoved while showering, and a maintenance guy who got locked in a stall for 4 hours even though the lock was broken. After that, they just shut it down. We've got enough facilities elsewhere on post." I thanked Dave for the information and left, feeling uneasy. That night, I told the others in my group what I'd learned. Most of them laughed it off, but nobody volunteered to go check out the bathroom either. Around 0100 hours, I woke up to the sound of water running. Not from our working bathroom, but from behind the building. I looked out my window and saw that the exterior lights near the locked bathroom were flickering on and off. Nobody else in my room stirred. They were all heavy sleepers after years in the military. Against my better judgment, I got dressed and went outside. The night was cold, typical desert night, and eerily quiet except for the sound of running water. No MPs this time. As I approached the bathroom building, the water sounds got louder, and I could hear what sounded like someone moving around inside. The door was still locked. I tried the handle just to be sure, but it wouldn't budge. I walked around the building, checking all possible entrances. Nothing was open, no windows broken, yet the sounds continued. Water running, movement, and now what sounded like someone dragging something heavy across the floor. I put my ear to the door, trying to make sense of the sounds. That's when I heard it. soft at first, then building. The sound of someone crying, not screaming this time, but deep, gut-wrenching sobs that made the hair on my arms stand up. "Hello?" I called out. "Is someone in there? Do you need help?" The crying stopped immediately. Complete silence followed, not even the water running anymore. Then, a whisper. So close to the door it sounded like someone was speaking directly into my ear from the other side. "Help me." I jumped back, my heart pounding. The voice didn't sound like it was coming through the door. It sounded like it was right next to me, even though I was alone outside the building. I'm not proud of what I did next, but I ran straight back to my room, locked the door, and sat on my bed with all the lights on until morning. I told myself I was tired, that I'd imagined the voice, that there was some logical explanation for everything. The next day, I went back to the housing office to talk to Dave again, but a different employee told me he'd called in sick. When I asked about the bathroom building again, she looked uncomfortable. "We don't talk about that building," she said firmly. "If you're having issues with your assigned facilities, I can put in a work order." I tried a different approach. I heard some commotion there last night, wondering if I should report it to the MPs. Her expression changed. "They already know. They get calls about that building at least twice a week. Best to just ignore it." That afternoon I ran into Rodriguez at the chow hall. He looked tired, with dark circles under his eyes. "Any more disturbances at the haunted bathroom?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He stared at me for a moment. "You heard something last night, didn't you?" I nodded. "Did you go inside?" he asked sharply. "No, the door was locked, but I heard..." I hesitated. "I heard someone asking for help." Rodriguez pushed his tray away, his food barely touched. "Listen, Sergeant Major, I don't know what's going on in that building. I've been an MP for 12 years, and I've never seen anything like it. We've set up cameras, done stakeouts, brought in K9 units. Nothing explains what happens in there." "What about Ramirez?" I asked. "The MP who was attacked?" Rodriguez's face darkened. "Ramirez was my partner, tough as nails, never scared of anything. After that night, she requested transfer off Irwin. Before she left, she told me..." He looked around, then continued quietly. "She told me that whatever attacked her wasn't human. Said it felt like hands made of cold water, strong as steel cables. But when she turned around, there was nothing there." "You believe her?" I asked. "I believe she believed it," he said carefully. "And I believe that bathroom is bad news. My advice? Avoid it. Your unit will be gone soon enough." He was right. We were scheduled to leave in 3 days. I decided to take his advice and steer clear of the bathroom building. But that night, I woke up again to the sound of water running. This time, though, it wasn't coming from behind the building. It was coming from inside our room. The sink in our small kitchenette was running full blast, water overflowing onto the floor. I could have sworn I turned it off before bed. As I got up to shut it off, I froze. In the mirror above the sink, written in what looked like steam despite the water being cold, were 2 words: "Help me." I've been deployed 3 times. I've been shot at, nearly blown up by IEDs and lost friends in combat. But nothing has ever scared me as much as those 2 words written in steam on a mirror in Fort Irwin. I left 2 days later with my unit. Never told anyone else what I saw that last night. Whatever is haunting that bathroom at Fort Irwin, I hope it stays there. Some things you experience in the military stay with you forever. That's one I wish I could forget. Story 4. I still get goosebumps when I think about what happened that summer day in 1991. My twin brother Michael and I were 15, living in Apex, North Carolina, a sleepy little railroad town where nothing exciting ever happened. At least, that's what I thought until that day. It was one of those bright, sticky summer days when the air feels like a warm blanket. Mum was at work, which meant Michael and I had the house to ourselves. I remember being bored out of my mind that morning, flipping through TV channels, eating cereal straight from the box, the usual teenage stuff. I decided to head over to my friend Jake's house across the old railroad tracks that cut through our neighborhood. Those tracks had been abandoned for years. I mean years. They were overgrown with weeds, rusted in spots, and we'd use them as a shortcut all the time without ever worrying about trains. The railroad company had stopped using that section long before we were born. Sometimes we'd balance on the rails or put pennies on them just for fun, but there was never any danger of actual trains. So anyway, I'm walking across these tracks to get to Jake's, and I happened to glance left down the line. That's when I saw it. What looked like a single train car sitting maybe a quarter-mile away. I stopped dead in my tracks, no pun intended. At first, I thought maybe the city was planning some kind of historical exhibit or something for the kids in the neighborhood. But then I noticed something weird. It was moving, slowly but definitely moving, toward me. I stood there for a few seconds trying to make sense of it. There wasn't an engine pulling it or anything, just this lone car creeping along the abandoned tracks. It freaked me out enough that I turned around and booked it back home. I burst through our front door, probably looking like I'd seen a ghost. "Michael!" I yelled, finding him sprawled on the couch playing Nintendo. "There's a train car on the tracks." He looked at me like I was nuts. "Those tracks haven't been used since forever. You're full of crap." "I'm serious. Come look." I grabbed his arm and practically dragged him outside. We ran to the crossing point near our house, and sure enough, there it was, now much closer than before. It was a caboose, a bright yellow caboose, moving at walking speed down the tracks. No engine, no other cars, just this single yellow caboose rolling along by itself. And inside were two men. They were wearing these old-fashioned uniforms, blue and white striped with tall conductor hats. One guy was standing at the front window with his arm casually resting on the windowsill, and the other was holding onto a ladder at the back of the caboose. They both had these coveralls on over white t-shirts. The whole scene looked like something out of an old photograph. "Holy crap," Michael whispered beside me. "Are you seeing this?" I nodded, unable to tear my eyes away. As the caboose got closer, I noticed something else that made my skin crawl. The men were smiling at us, not in a creepy way, but with these pleasant, friendly smiles, like they were just having a nice day out for a train ride. The guy at the front window even raised his hand to wave at us. The caboose was now passing directly in front of us, maybe 30 feet away. I could hear the metal wheels on the tracks, that distinctive clickety-clack sound that trains make. It was moving slowly enough that I considered grabbing a rock and throwing it at the wheel, just to make sure it was real and not some kind of hallucination. But something stopped me. It felt disrespectful somehow. The conductors continued to smile and wave as they passed by. They didn't say anything, didn't call out to us, just those friendly waves and smiles. The guy at the rear of the caboose turned back toward us as they continued down the tracks, still waving until they gradually disappeared from view around a bend. Michael and I just stood there for a minute, staring at the empty tracks. "Did that just happen?" he finally asked. "You saw it too, right? The yellow caboose? The two guys in the striped uniforms?" Yeah, I saw it." His voice was shaky. "But that doesn't make any sense. There's no way a train could be running on these tracks. They haven't been maintained in decades." We were both freaked out, but also weirdly excited. We'd just seen something impossible, something we couldn't explain, and being 15-year-old boys, our next thought was to round up some witnesses. We ran around the neighborhood, gathering kids we knew. Jake, Tommy, the Wilson sisters from down the block. We told them about the mysterious caboose and how it might come back around. Everyone was skeptical but curious enough to follow us to the corner store that sat near another crossing of the tracks. We figured if the caboose was making some kind of loop, we might catch it passing by again. We waited at that store for almost an hour, buying Slurpees and candy bars to pass the time. The caboose never showed. The other kids started losing interest, calling us liars or saying we were hallucinating from the heat. But Michael and I knew what we'd seen. Finally, We decided to follow the tracks. Maybe we could find where the caboose had gone. About 6 of us started walking along the rails, following the direction the caboose had headed. We walked for maybe a mile and a half before stopping in our tracks, completely baffled. The rails just ended. They ran straight into mounds of dirt and pavement where a new strip mall was being built. Construction had obviously been going on for months. The tracks had been cut and removed to make way for it. There was no way a caboose could have continued past this point, and when we looked back the way we came, we could see the tracks stretching all the way back to our neighborhood. Maybe it turned off somewhere, Jake suggested, but we all knew there were no side tracks, no switches, no turn-offs anywhere along the route we'd walked. The caboose had vanished. It had traveled down these tracks and disappeared into thin air. We walked back home in silence. The other kids gradually peeled off to their houses, probably thinking Michael and I were crazy or had planned some elaborate prank. But we knew what we'd seen. We just couldn't explain it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the scene in my head. The yellow caboose, the smiling conductors in their striped uniforms, the way they waved at us as if it was the most normal thing in the world. I remembered the sound of the wheels on the track, the slight squeak of metal against metal. It had all seemed so real, so solid. The next day, we went back to the tracks. We walked them in both directions, looking for any sign of the caboose, any explanation for what we'd seen. We found nothing. Over the next few weeks, we asked around town. We were careful about who we talked to. We didn't want to become known as the crazy twins who saw ghost trains. But we casually brought up the railroad history with older residents, asked if there had ever been a yellow caboose that ran on those tracks. Most people just shrugged. The tracks had been abandoned since the 70s, they said. No trains had run on them in our lifetime. Years passed. We grew up, graduated high school, went to different colleges. The experience with the phantom caboose became a story we rarely told, something private between us. Most people didn't believe us anyway, and I can't blame them. I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. When I was 23, visiting home during a college break, I happened to be looking through some old family photo albums with my Aunt Carol. She'd worked for the Historical Society in a nearby town and knew a lot about local history. Without mentioning our experience, I casually asked her about train conductor uniforms from the old days. "Oh, they were quite distinctive," she said, flipping through some black and white photos, especially in the 30s and 40s. Blue and white striped hats, usually matching overalls over white shirts. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. That was exactly what we'd seen. "Any chance the cabooses were yellow?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She nodded. Some were. The Southern Railway had yellow cabooses for a while, very bright, sunshine yellow. I called Michael that night and told him what Aunt Carol had said. He was quiet for a long time. "We saw something that day," he finally said. "Something that shouldn't have been possible." "A ghost train," I said, saying out loud what we'd both been thinking for years. "But it wasn't transparent or floating or any of that stuff you see in movies," Michael argued. "It was solid. We heard it on the tracks. We could see every detail of those guys' uniforms." The caboose cast a shadow on the ground, for crying out loud. He was right. Whatever we'd seen that day wasn't some kind of misty apparition. It was as real and solid as the ground beneath our feet. And yet it couldn't have been real. Not on those abandoned tracks that ended at a construction site. It's been over 30 years now, and I still don't have an explanation for what my brother and I saw that summer day. Sometimes I wonder if we witnessed some kind of time slip, a moment when the past briefly overlapped with the present. Maybe those conductors were just going about their regular route from 80 years ago, unaware they were traveling through time. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Something I don't have the words to explain. All I know is that the yellow caboose was real. The men inside were real. The sounds were real. And sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I still see their friendly waves and pleasant smiles as they pass by two confused teenage boys on a hot summer day in Apex, North Carolina. I've never seen anything like it since, and to this day I still slow down whenever I cross railroad tracks, glancing down the line just in case. Story 5. Oh, I've been wanting to get this off my chest for a while now. I still don't understand what happened that night in March 2020, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to, but maybe writing it down will help me process it. For context, I live in Riverside with my mom and older brother. I've practiced witchcraft for a few years now. Nothing crazy, just some protection spells, cleansing rituals, that kind of stuff. My family has always been pretty spiritually open-minded. My mom's into crystals and energy work, and my brother's had his fair share of unexplainable experiences too. It was about 2 weeks into the COVID lockdown. Everything felt weird already. The empty streets, the constant anxiety being stuck at home. I'm a night owl, so I was up late as usual, around 1:30 in the morning, FaceTiming with my partner Alex. We'd been talking for hours about nothing in particular, just trying to maintain some normalcy in the chaos. I got thirsty and told Alex I was going to grab a Coke from the kitchen. I put my headphones on so we could keep talking while I walked through the house. Our place isn't huge, but at night, with everyone asleep, it feels different. Longer hallways, deeper shadows. You know how it is. I was halfway to the kitchen when I heard it. My name, Jasmine. It was my mom's voice. There's no mistaking it. She has this distinctive, raspy quality that comes from smoking since she was like 14. Plus, she has asthma, and part of her lung is crystallized from getting pneumonia like 3 times. Her voice is unique, kind of deep and scratchy, especially when she's tired. I pulled one headphone off. "Yeah," I called back, not really expecting a response. Mom's usually dead to the world by 11. But then I heard it again. Jasmine. Louder this time. It was definitely coming from her bedroom. "What's wrong?" Alex asked through my headphone. "I think my mom's calling me," I whispered. "Hold on." I walked to my mom's door, which was partially open. "Mom?" I pushed the door wider. There she was, under her covers, completely still. The nightlight in her bathroom cast just enough glow that I could see her form on the bed, her back rising and falling with deep, even breaths. She was out cold. I stood there for a few seconds trying to make sense of it. Had I imagined her voice? It had sounded so clear, so present. "Mom," I said again, softly. Nothing. A cold feeling settled in my stomach. I backed out of the room and shut the door quietly. "Everything okay?" Alex asked when I returned to our call. "I don't know," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I swear I heard my mom call my name twice, but she's completely asleep." "Maybe she was talking in her sleep?" Alex suggested. "Maybe. But it hadn't sounded like sleep talking. It had sounded intentional, like she was trying to get my attention. I grabbed my Coke and hurried back to my room, suddenly not wanting to be in the dark hallway anymore. I told Alex what happened, and they tried to reassure me it was probably nothing. We talked for another hour before saying goodnight. But I couldn't sleep. Around 3, I heard movement in the house and peeked out to see my brother and his friend Kyle in the kitchen. My brother works weird hours, so him being up wasn't unusual. I joined them, grateful for the company. "Can't sleep?" my brother asked. "Not really." I hesitated before adding, "Something weird happened earlier. I heard a voice calling my name." My brother's hand paused midway to his mouth, a spoonful of cereal hovering. "What kind of voice?" "A woman's voice, from Mom's room. But when I checked, she was dead asleep." He exchanged glances with Kyle before looking back at me. Was it raspy, like someone who smokes? My blood went cold. I hadn't mentioned that detail. "Yeah, it sounded exactly like Mom." "Shit." He put his spoon down. "I heard the same thing last week, a raspy voice calling my name from the hallway. I thought it was Mom, but when I went to check, she was in the shower." Kyle looked uncomfortable. "You guys are freaking me out." "Welcome to the club," I muttered. We stayed up talking until dawn. My brother told me about other strange things he'd noticed. Items moving, footsteps when no one was there. Nothing major, but enough to make us wonder if something was in our house. Something that wasn't us. I managed to fall asleep around 6 and woke up around noon. Mom was in the kitchen making lunch when I stumbled in. "Morning, sleepyhead," she said, sliding a plate of quesadillas across the counter. I grabbed a coffee and sat down. "Mom, did you call me last night? Around 1 or 2? She frowned, flipping another quesadilla in the pan. "No, honey. I barely slept last night. My asthma was acting up." "Wait, you were awake?" "Mostly. I think I dozed off for maybe 30 minutes around 2, but that's it." My stomach dropped. "But I checked your room when I heard someone call my name. You were asleep. I saw you." Mum turned off the stove and faced me. "Jasmine, I was not asleep at 1 or 2 in the morning. I was sitting up reading because I couldn't breathe lying down." "That's impossible." My voice came out as a whisper. "I saw you in bed. You were sleeping." She shook her head slowly. "I didn't lie down until after 3, and even then, I barely slept." We stared at each other. If Mum wasn't asleep when I checked her room, then what did I see in her bed? The thought made me dizzy. I told her about my conversation with my brother, about the raspy voice he'd heard too. Mum sat down heavily. "Your grandmother used to talk about mimics," she said quietly. "Spirits that could copy a person's voice, sometimes even their appearance. She said they were tricksters trying to lure people." "Lure them where?" I asked, not sure I wanted to know. She shrugged. She never said. Just that you should never follow when they call. I spent the rest of the day researching mimics, doppelgangers, anything that might explain what happened. Some cultures believe they're omens of death. Others say they're interdimensional beings. Some think they're just manifestations of stress or sleep deprivation. That night, I cleansed my room with sage and set up protection crystals. I was not taking any chances. For a few days, nothing happened. Then, 5 nights later, I was up late again. It was around 2 in the morning, and I was scrolling through TikTok with my headphones on when I felt something off, like a shift in air pressure. I took my headphones off and listened. The house was silent, too silent. Usually there's ambient noise, the hum of the refrigerator, the central air, distant traffic. But in that moment, it was like someone had muted the world. Then I heard it. Not my name this time, just breathing, slow, raspy breathing, right outside my door. My heart hammered against my ribs. "Mom!" I called out, my voice embarrassingly small. No answer. Just that breathing. I reached for my phone and called my brother, who I knew was home. He picked up on the 3rd ring. "What?" he grumbled, clearly half asleep. "There's something outside my door," I whispered. "I can hear it breathing." "I'll check." I heard rustling as he got up. Seconds later, I heard his door open down the hall. The breathing outside my door stopped. "There's nothing here, Jas," my brother called. I opened my door. The hallway was empty. My brother stood there in his boxers, looking annoyed. "I swear to God there was something here," I insisted. It was breathing, like heavy, raspy breathing. He rubbed his eyes. Maybe it was Mom. Mom's breathing doesn't sound like that, even with her asthma. We checked on her anyway. She was actually asleep this time. My brother confirmed it. The next morning I started cleansing the entire house, salt lines at the windows and doors, sage in every room, protection sigils drawn in invisible ink under the rugs. My mom and brother didn't object. After what we'd experienced, they were on board with anything that might help. For a week, it seemed to work. No voices, no breathing, no whatever I saw in Mom's bed that night. Then came the worst night. It was almost 3 weeks into lockdown. The world outside was getting scarier, with rising case numbers and deaths. Inside wasn't much better. I was exhausted from not sleeping well, but still couldn't make myself go to bed before 2. I was in my room, with the lights on, door closed, trying to distract myself with a book when I heard a knock on my door. "Jasmine," my mom's voice, "can I come in?" I hesitated. "Yeah, it's open." The door stayed closed. Another knock. "Jasmine, are you awake?" Same raspy voice, same inflection. A chill ran down my spine. I knew something was wrong. "Mom?" I called out, not moving from my bed. A third knock, harder. "Jasmine, I need to talk to you. Open the door." I reached for my phone and texted my brother. "Is Mom awake? Something's at my door." The knocking got louder, more insistent. "Jasmine, open this door now." It sounded angry now. The voice was still Mom's, but the tone was all wrong. She never spoke to me like that. My brother texted back, "Mom's right next to me. We're watching a movie in my room. What's going on?" My blood turned to ice. I stared at the door where the knocking had become pounding. The whole door shook in its frame. "Jasmine." Not just Mom's voice now. It was distorted, deeper, with a weird echo. I was frozen in terror when my actual mom burst in through the door, my brother right behind her. "What the hell is all this noise?" she demanded. We could hear banging all the way from... She stopped, looking at my face. "What's wrong? You're white as a sheet." "There was something at my door," I whispered. "It was pretending to be you. It was knocking and calling my name." Mom and my brother exchanged looks. "We didn't hear anyone calling," my brother said. "Just the banging, like someone was hitting the walls." "But I heard it clear as day," I insisted. "It sounded exactly like Mom. Then it got angry when I wouldn't open the door." We did another sweep of the house, finding nothing. Mom suggested I sleep in her room that night, and I gratefully accepted. I was 22 years old, but in that moment, I felt about 5. The next day, we called a family friend who's a medium. She couldn't come over because of COVID restrictions, but she guided us through a more intensive cleansing ritual over Zoom. We followed her instructions precisely. Special herbs, specific prayers, intention setting. "Whatever is in your house," she told us, "it's been there a while. It's not necessarily evil, but it's definitely not benevolent either. It's feeding off your fear and the general anxiety of the world right now." After the ritual, things calmed down. The voices stopped. The oppressive feeling lifted somewhat, but I still don't feel completely safe in that house, especially at night. It's been over 3 years now, and I still perform regular cleansings. I still sleep with a protection charm under my pillow, and I still never, ever respond when I hear someone call my name at night, even if it sounds exactly like someone I love. Because now I know there are things out there that can sound like your mother, look like your mother, but definitely aren't your mother. And whatever their purpose is, I don't think it's anything good. I just wish I knew what was in my mom's bed that night. What was I looking at? What was pretending to breathe like a sleeping person? And most importantly, what would have happened if I'd opened my door when it demanded? Some questions, I guess, are better left unanswered. Story 6. I still can't explain what happened in Scott's apartment that weekend. It's been 3 months, and I get goosebumps just thinking about it. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but after what we experienced, I don't know what to believe anymore. It all started when Scott found this killer deal on an apartment just outside the city. 2 bedrooms, reasonable rent, decent neighborhood. Pretty much a unicorn in today's housing market. He'd been looking for months and was beyond excited when his application got approved. I promised to help him move in that Saturday, since most of his other friends were out of town. When I pulled up to the complex around 10 in the morning, I was actually impressed. The building wasn't new by any means, probably built in the 70s, but it had this charming brick exterior and was surrounded by these massive maple trees. Scott was already there, practically bouncing with excitement as he helped the movers with the last of his furniture. "Kaylee, you made it!" He waved me over to help direct where the couch should go. The movers looked relieved when I stepped in. Scott is the most indecisive person I've ever met. Everything was completely normal for the first few hours. We unpacked boxes, assembled furniture, and ordered pizza when we got hungry. It wasn't until around 4 in the afternoon that I noticed something felt off. I was hanging pictures in the living room when I got this weird sensation at the back of my neck. You know that feeling when you just know someone is watching you? It was exactly like that, except we were alone in the apartment. I turned around expecting to see Scott, but he was in the kitchen unpacking dishes. "Hey, does this place feel weird to you?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Scott paused, a stack of plates in his hands. "What do you mean?" I couldn't really explain it. "I don't know. Just like we're not alone." He laughed it off, but I noticed his eyes darting around the room. "It's probably just because it's a new place. All the weird creaks and sounds, you know?" I nodded and went back to hanging pictures, but the feeling didn't go away. If anything, it got stronger as the day went on. By the time evening rolled around, I was seriously debating whether to stay the night like we'd planned. Scott had asked me to stay over because he didn't have internet yet and wanted company, plus we were going to finish unpacking the next day. I'm not usually a wimp, but something about that apartment was seriously unsettling me. As the sun started to set, the temperature in the apartment seemed to drop. Scott noticed it too and checked the thermostat. "That's weird. It says 72 degrees in here, but it feels way colder." He adjusted it higher, but nothing changed. We tried to ignore it and focus on setting up his TV and gaming system. Around 9, we decided to call it a night. Scott took the master bedroom and I got the spare room with an air mattress. I was exhausted from moving furniture all day, so I fell asleep pretty quickly despite the uneasiness. I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but the room was pitch black. At first I thought maybe I'd had a nightmare, but then I realized what had woken me. The smell. Oh my God, the smell. I've never experienced anything like it in my life. It was like rotting meat, sewage, and something else I can't even describe, all mixed together. It was so strong, I immediately started gagging. I fumbled for my phone to turn on the flashlight, thinking maybe something had died in the walls or under the floorboards. The smell was so intense, I couldn't imagine it being anything else. As soon as my light came on, I heard Scott's door slam open. "Kaylee, do you smell that?" His voice was panicked. I stumbled out of bed, covering my nose with my t-shirt. "Yeah, it's disgusting. What is that?" We met in the hallway, both of us looking half asleep and horrified. Scott had turned on all the lights and we searched everywhere, checking vents, looking under furniture, opening cabinets. The smell was everywhere, but seemed strongest in the hallway between our rooms. "Maybe something died in the walls," Scott suggested, his face pale. "Should we call maintenance?" I checked my phone. It was 3:15 in the morning. "I don't think they're going to come now. Can we even stay here with this smell?" Just as I said that, the most bizarre thing happened. The smell disappeared. Not gradually. It was there 1 second, overwhelming and nauseating, and then it was just gone. Completely gone. We both stood there in the hallway, taking deep breaths of the now normal air. "What the actual hell?" I whispered. Scott looked as confused as I felt. "Maybe it was coming from another apartment, like through the vents," he suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. We checked every inch of that apartment and found nothing. No dead mice, no rotting food, nothing that could explain what we'd experienced. Eventually, we went back to bed, but I don't think either of us slept much. The next morning, Scott called the landlord while I made coffee. I was exhausted and jumpy, starting at every little noise. The maintenance guy showed up around noon, an older man named Frank, who'd apparently worked in the building for 20 years. "Smells fine to me now," he said, sniffing around the hallway where the smell had been strongest. "It was here last night," Scott insisted. "Around 3 in the morning. It was unbearable." Frank nodded, like he was humoring us. "Could be the plumbing. These old buildings, sometimes the traps dry out and sewer gas comes up. I'll check the bathroom drains." He spent about an hour checking everything, drains, vents, the garbage disposal, but found nothing wrong. Before he left, he hesitated at the door. You know, buildings this old, they've got their quirks. Sometimes the pipes make noises that sound like, well, like other things. He didn't elaborate on what other things meant, but the look he gave us made my skin crawl. After he left, Scott and I finished unpacking in uncomfortable silence. Neither of us mentioned what had happened, but I could tell he was as freaked out as I was. By late afternoon, I needed to head home to feed my cat and get ready for work the next day. Text me if anything weird happens, I told Scott as I left, and maybe get some Febreze. He tried to laugh, but it came out forced. I'm sure it was just a one-time thing, old building and all that. I wasn't convinced, but I left anyway. That night at my apartment, I couldn't stop thinking about the smell and that creepy feeling of being watched. I texted Scott a couple of times, but he just responded with, all good here and no weird smells. The next day after work, I called him to check in. How was your first night alone in the new place? I asked, trying to sound casual. There was a long pause before he answered. It was fine, nothing weird. Something in his voice told me he was lying. Scott, what happened? He sighed. Nothing really, just some noises. Probably just the building settling. I knew there was more to it, so I decided to go over after work. I told myself I was just being a good friend, making sure he was settling in okay, but honestly, I was curious and worried. When I got to his apartment around 7 that evening, Scott looked like he hadn't slept at all. His eyes were bloodshot, and he kept glancing down the hallway toward the bedrooms. You look like crap, I told him as I walked in. What really happened last night? He closed the door behind me and lowered his voice. I heard things. Footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment. But when I looked through the peephole, there was no one there. And then around 3 again, that smell came back. I felt my stomach drop. The same smell as before. He nodded. It woke me up. It was so strong I thought I was going to throw up. I turned on all the lights and checked everywhere again, but just like before, it disappeared after a few minutes. We ordered takeout and tried to distract ourselves with a movie, but neither of us was really watching. Every little noise made us jump. Around 10:30, Scott asked if I wanted to stay over again. I know it sounds stupid, he said, but I really don't want to be alone here tonight. I agreed, even though part of me wanted to run far away from that apartment. We set up the air mattress in the living room this time. Neither of us wanted to sleep in those bedrooms. We tried to stay awake as long as possible, but eventually exhaustion won out. I don't know how long I'd been asleep when the smell hit me again. It was even worse than before, so thick you could almost taste it. I sat up gasping, and Scott was already awake, sitting rigid on the couch. It's back, he whispered unnecessarily, and then we heard it. Footsteps. Slow, heavy footsteps in the hallway outside the apartment. But there was something else too. A dragging metallic sound, like chains being pulled across the floor. The footsteps stopped right outside Scott's door. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The smell was getting stronger, concentrated around the front door now. Scott and I were frozen, staring at the door, watching in horror as the handle jiggled slightly, and then it stopped. The handle went still, but the smell remained, so strong I had to fight not to vomit. Scott suddenly stood up. His face had changed. He looked terrified but determined. I remembered then that Scott had grown up in a super religious household. He was still a devoted Christian, though he wasn't pushy about it. He walked toward the door, and I wanted to scream at him to get back, but no sound came out. He stopped about 3 feet from the door and spoke in the steadiest voice I've ever heard. "Whatever you are," he said firmly, "you are not welcome here. In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to leave this place." The moment those words left his mouth, something changed. It was like all the air got sucked out of the room for a split second and then rushed back in. The smell vanished instantly. The oppressive feeling that had been building in the apartment lifted like a heavy blanket being pulled away. We stood there in stunned silence for what felt like forever. The apartment felt different, lighter somehow, normal. Just a regular apartment with no malevolent presence lingering in the corners. What the hell just happened? I finally managed to ask. Scott looked as shocked as I felt. I don't know. I remembered what my pastor used to say about evil spirits. I didn't even think. I just did it. We didn't sleep at all that night. We sat in the living room with all the lights on, talking in hushed voices until the sun came up. The next day, still shaken, we decided to ask some of the neighbors if they'd ever experienced anything strange. Most of them were new to the building, but an elderly woman on the first floor had lived there for decades. When we cautiously brought up strange occurrences, her expression changed. "Oh, you're in apartment 27, aren't you?" she asked Scott. When he nodded, she sighed. "There was a woman who lived in 25, right next door to you. This was years ago. She took her own life. They didn't find her for days." My blood ran cold. "Do you know how she died?" The woman hesitated. I shouldn't gossip about such things, but they say she hanged herself, with chains, not rope. Something about making sure she couldn't change her mind. Scott and I exchanged horrified glances. Chains, the dragging sound we'd heard. We thanked her and left quickly. Back in Scott's apartment, the place still felt normal. No coldness, no sense of being watched, no smell. "I think it's gone," Scott said quietly. Whatever it was. And he was right. It's been 3 months now, and nothing strange has happened in that apartment since that night. Scott still lives there, and I've stayed over several times without incident. But we both know what we experienced was real. Something was in that apartment with us. Something angry, something malevolent, something that left when commanded. I've never been a religious person, but that night changed something in me. I don't know if it was a ghost, a demon, or something else entirely. But I know what I smelled, what I heard, and what I felt. And I know that when Scott spoke those words, whatever it was had no choice but to leave. Some nights I still wake up at 3 in the morning, heart racing, expecting to smell that horrible stench again. But it never comes. Whatever was haunting that apartment is gone now. At least I hope it is. Story 7. I still can't sleep with the lights off. It's been 3 years since that night. But the memory of what happened in my parents' living room in Phoenix haunts me every single day. I've tried therapy, meditation, even medication. Nothing helps. I guess some experiences just stay with you forever, embedding themselves so deeply in your mind that they become a part of who you are. Let me start by saying I never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural before this. I was your typical high school jock, played football, decent grades, normal family. We lived in this pretty standard suburban house in Phoenix. Nothing special about it, just your average 4-bedroom in a quiet neighborhood. At least that's what we thought. It happened during summer break before my senior year. My brother Jake, who's 2 years younger, and I had invited our friend Mike over for a sleepover. Mike played on the football team with me, and we'd gotten pretty close that year. Just a normal Friday night. We ordered pizza, played video games, and watched some horror movie that seemed so tame compared to what we actually experienced. Around 11, we decided to crash in the living room. It wasn't a huge space. We had this L-shaped sectional with a small couch attached near the kitchen entryway, and my parents brought down an air mattress that barely fit in the middle. I took the small couch, since I'm pretty tall, and my legs would hang off the other spots. Jake took the air mattress, and Mike got the bigger part of the sectional. We were all practically within arm's reach of each other. My parents went upstairs around 11:30, and my little sister was already asleep in her room. Our dog was staying at my grandparents' that weekend, which is something I think about a lot now. Would he have sensed something? Would he have barked or growled? I don't know. Jake and Mike fell asleep almost immediately. I could hear Mike's light snoring and Jake's deep breathing. I've always had trouble falling asleep in general, so I was just laying there scrolling through my phone when I heard it. It sounded like a little girl crying, really faintly at first. And then I heard what sounded like someone saying, "Dad, Dad, Dad," over and over. I figured it was my sister having a nightmare. She was only 8 at the time and sometimes had bad dreams. I thought about checking on her, but honestly, I was comfortable and figured she'd go back to sleep or my parents would hear her. But then it happened again a few minutes later, and it sounded closer, like it was coming from the hallway just outside the living room. This time I nudged Jake awake. "Hey, do you hear that?" I whispered. He grumbled and said, "Hear what?" When I told him to listen, the sound had stopped. He got annoyed and just rolled over, mumbling something about me being an idiot. I put my phone down and tried to sleep. I must have dozed off eventually because the next thing I remember is suddenly being wide awake. It was exactly 3 in the morning. I remember looking at my phone and seeing the time. The living room was different. It wasn't completely dark like it should have been. There was this faint bluish light that didn't seem to come from anywhere specific. I felt this intense weight on my chest, like someone was sitting on me. When I tried to move, I couldn't. That's when I noticed Jake and Mike were both sitting up and staring at me. Their faces, God, I'll never forget their faces. They were terrified. Both of them had tears streaming down their cheeks, but they weren't making any sound. Jake's mouth was slightly open like he wanted to scream but couldn't. "What's wrong?" I managed to say, my voice barely audible. Jake just whispered, "Don't move, but look in the corner of the couches slowly." I turned my head slightly toward the space where the sectional formed an L shape right near where my feet were. That's when I saw her. There was a girl standing there. She looked around 13 or 14 years old, about 5'1", wearing this old-fashioned white dress that was stained and yellowed. Her brown hair was matted and hung in clumps around her face. But her eyes, they were this unnatural bright green that seemed to glow in the dim light. And her face wasn't right. It was distorted, like someone had taken a normal face and twisted it. Her skin was pale with these dark bruises around her neck and what looked like cuts across her cheeks. She was staring directly at me with these wide, unblinking eyes, and she was smiling. Not a normal smile. Her mouth was stretched too wide, showing damaged and broken teeth. Some were missing entirely. Blood or something dark was caked around her lips. I tried to scream, I swear I tried, but nothing came out. It was like my vocal cords were frozen. I couldn't move any part of my body. Even when I blinked, I could still see her on the inside of my eyelids, like her image had burned itself into my retinas. The worst part was that she didn't do anything. She just stood there, staring and smiling. I don't know how long we were locked in that moment. It felt like hours, but was probably only a minute or two. Then she tilted her head to the side, much further than should be physically possible, like her neck was broken. The cracking sound it made was so loud in the silence of the room. And then she was gone. Not like she walked away or faded. She was just there 1 second and gone the next. The strange light disappeared with her, and the room was dark again, except for the faint glow from the kitchen nightlight. The 3 of us broke down. Mike started sobbing uncontrollably. Jake ran to the bathroom and threw up. I just sat there, shaking violently, unable to process what I'd seen. We were all shouting and crying, which woke my parents up. They came running downstairs, completely confused and freaked out. My dad thought someone had broken in. My mom thought one of us was hurt. But how do you explain something like that? How do you tell your parents you just saw a ghost or a demon or whatever the hell she was? We tried. Between sobs and hyperventilating, we all described the same girl, the same details, the same impossible head tilt. My parents didn't say much, but I could tell they believed us. My mum's face went completely white when Jake mentioned the girl's green eyes. My dad just kept saying, "It's okay, you're safe now," over and over. but he looked scared too. None of us slept the rest of the night. We sat in the kitchen with all the lights on, drinking hot chocolate my mom made, nobody saying much. Mike called his parents at 6 in the morning and went home. I don't think he ever came back to our house after that. The next day, my dad called a priest. I'm not even sure if we were that religious. We went to church on Christmas and Easter, but that was about it. The priest came that afternoon and blessed the house, going room by room with holy water and prayers. Here's the thing that still bothers me. He skipped one room. There was this extra bedroom upstairs with Mickey Mouse wallpaper that my parents always told us to stay out of. They said it was for storage, but we weren't allowed in there. The priest went to the door, put his hand on the knob, then just moved on. When I asked him about it later, he just said some spaces are better left undisturbed. After the blessing, the house did feel lighter somehow, like a heaviness I hadn't even noticed was suddenly gone. But my parents put the house up for sale 3 months later, and we moved across town. They never said it was because of what happened, but I know it was. I found out years later from my mum that the previous owners had a daughter who disappeared when she was 13. This was back in the 1970s. They never found her body. The room with the Mickey Mouse wallpaper had been hers. My parents had known this when they bought the house, but thought it wouldn't matter. They'd gotten the room painted and wallpapered before we moved in, hoping to erase whatever tragic energy might linger there. Mike transferred schools after that summer. We still follow each other on social media, but never talk about that night. Jake refuses to discuss it at all. He literally leaves the room if I bring it up. My parents pretend it never happened. But sometimes, late at night, I still wake up at exactly 3 in the morning. And for a split second, before I turn on every light in my apartment, I swear I can see those green eyes staring at me from the corner of my room, and hear a faint voice saying, "Dad, Dad, Dad." I don't know what we saw that night. I don't know if it was the missing girl or something else pretending to be her. All I know is that 3 people experienced the same impossible thing, and none of us will ever be the same. If you have an extra bedroom in your house that you're told to stay out of, maybe there's a reason. Some doors are meant to stay closed. Ooh. Story 8. I've been debating whether to post this for months now. I'm still not sure if writing it down will help or just make it worse. But I need to tell someone who might actually believe me. My friends think I'm being dramatic and my family suggested therapy, but I know what I experienced. 6 months ago, I took a job at Creative Tech Studios in Ravenswood. It was perfect timing. I'd been unemployed for almost 3 months after my previous company downsized, and my savings were running dangerously low. When I got the call offering me the position, I was so relieved I almost cried. The pay was decent, and the work aligned with my graphic design background. The office itself was in this old, converted warehouse building. You know the type: exposed brick walls, high ceilings with visible ductwork, that industrial chic vibe that tech companies love. It looked cool, but the first time I walked in, something felt off. I can't explain it exactly. The air felt different, heavier somehow, but I chalked it up to first-day nerves. Julian Fletcher, my new boss, gave me a quick tour. The main workspace had about 15 desks arranged in pods, but only about half were occupied. Julian explained they were in a rebuilding phase after several employees had moved on recently. Looking back, I should have asked more questions about that. My desk was in a smaller room off to the side with just 3 other workstations. Only one was occupied by Eliza, the lead designer who'd be training me. The other 2 desks were empty, with no personal items, but they looked like someone had just stepped away for lunch. Those were David and Mira's desks, Julian explained when he caught me looking. They left a couple weeks ago. We haven't cleared them out yet. The first week was normal enough. I was learning the ropes, getting to know the few co-workers I had, settling in. The work was interesting. We designed marketing materials and interfaces for various tech startups. I was actually enjoying it, but then things started getting weird. It began with small things. I'd put my coffee mug down, turn to my computer, and when I reached for it again, it would be on the other side of my desk. I assumed I was just being absent-minded. Then my chair would be slightly rotated when I came back from the bathroom, even though I distinctly remembered pushing it in. Again, nothing I couldn't rationalize away. Then I started noticing movements in my peripheral vision, just quick dark shapes that would dart past the doorway or between desks when no one was there. Every time I'd look directly at where I thought I saw something, there would be nothing. I figured my eyes were just tired from staring at screens all day. One morning, I arrived before anyone else. I had a big project due and wanted to get an early start. The office was completely dark, and I had to use my phone flashlight to find the light switches. As I was walking through the main workspace toward our smaller office, I swear I saw someone sitting at one of the desks. A dark figure, just sitting there in the dark. I froze, my heart racing, and called out, "Hello?" No response. When I finally worked up the courage to shine my light directly at the desk, there was no one there. No coat, no coffee cup, nothing to indicate anyone had been there at all. I told myself it was just my imagination, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that followed me all day. About 3 weeks into the job, I was working late, around 7 in the evening. Everyone else had gone home, and I was just finishing up some revisions. I heard footsteps in the main office area, not subtle ones, but clear, deliberate steps across the hardwood floor. I assumed Julian had come back for something, so I called out, "I'm still here, just wrapping up." No answer. The footsteps stopped. I got up to check who it was, but the main office was completely empty. All the lights were off, except for the ones in our small room, and there was no sign anyone had been there. The next day, I casually asked Julian if he'd come back to the office the previous night. He gave me an odd look and said no, he'd been home with his family. Then he asked, "Did you see something?" There was this weird tension in his voice that made me hesitate. "Just heard footsteps," I said. "Thought maybe it was the cleaning crew." Julian shook his head. "They come in the mornings before we open." He seemed to debate with himself for a moment before continuing. "Look, Marcus, I should probably tell you, some of the people who left recently, they had some experiences here." Experiences? My stomach was already knotting up. "Nothing dangerous," he quickly added. "Just unexplainable things. Movements, sounds, objects being moved. One woman swore she saw someone standing by her desk when she was working late, but when she looked up, they were gone." I felt a chill run through me. "Why didn't you mention this before?" Julian sighed. "Because it sounds crazy, and I didn't want to scare you off. We've had trouble keeping people. Some quit after just a few days. I don't know what's going on here, but I've worked in this building for 3 years, and nothing bad has ever happened. Strange, yes, but not harmful." After that conversation, I started noticing more. My files would be rearranged on my desk overnight. The chair I was sure I'd pushed in would be pulled out in the morning. My coffee would be cold much faster than it should be, like something was pulling the heat from it. Then one day in December, everything escalated. It had been snowing all morning, and Julian, Eliza, and I went out for lunch together. We were gone for maybe an hour. When we came back, the door to our small office was wide open, even though I distinctly remembered Julian locking it. As we stepped inside, we all stopped dead in our tracks. Papers were scattered all over the floor. Drawings that had been pinned to our inspiration board were ripped down and strewn across the desks. My coffee mug was upside down on my keyboard. "What the hell?" Eliza whispered. Julian immediately checked the windows, but they were all closed and locked. "Could someone have broken in?" I asked, but there was no sign of forced entry, and nothing valuable was missing. We spent the next hour cleaning up the mess. Julian called the building manager, who promised to check the security cameras. Eliza was visibly shaken and decided to work from home for the rest of the day. I didn't blame her, but I couldn't afford to miss work, so I stayed. After Julian left to meet with the building manager, I was alone in our office. I was putting the last of the drawings back on the board when I felt it, 3 distinct taps on my right shoulder. Tap, tap, tap. Firm enough that I could feel the pressure of fingers. I spun around, already knowing no one would be there. The room was empty. I stood frozen, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. "Hello?" I called out, feeling ridiculous. "Is someone there?" No response, of course. I grabbed my coat and practically ran out of the building. I called Julian and made up some excuse about feeling sick. He seemed to understand what was really going on, because he just said, "Take the rest of the day. We'll talk tomorrow." I almost didn't go back. I spent that night researching other job openings, but the reality was I needed this job. The economy was terrible, and I had rent to pay, so I forced myself to return the next morning, telling myself I was just being silly. Julian was surprisingly understanding. He told me the security footage showed nothing. No one entering or leaving the office during our lunch break. The cameras had a strange static interference during that exact time frame. "Look," he said, "I know this is weird, but in the 3 years I've worked here, whatever presence is here has never actually hurt anyone. It moves things, makes noises, and yeah, sometimes it freaks people out, but that's it." I wanted to believe him. I needed to believe him. So I stayed. For the next few weeks, things were relatively calm. The occasional moving object, the shadows in my peripheral vision continued, but nothing as dramatic as the office mess happened again. I was almost getting used to it, as crazy as that sounds. Then came the night that still gives me nightmares. It was a Friday in January, and I was staying late to finish a project due Monday. Julian had trusted me to lock up, since I was the last one there. By 8:30, I was finally done. The office was completely empty and eerily quiet. The snow outside muffled any street noise, making the silence even more profound. I shut down my computer and gathered my things. Following the closing procedure Julian had shown me, I went around turning off all the lights. The main workspace first, then the break room, the conference room, and finally our small office. As I turned off the last light, plunging the entire floor into darkness except for the dim emergency exit signs, I heard it. Footsteps. Not just casual walking, but running. Fast, heavy footsteps pounding across the hardwood floor of the main workspace, heading directly toward me. I froze, my blood turning to ice. There was no mistaking it. Someone was sprinting through the dark office, coming straight for me. But I knew there was no one else in the building. Pure panic took over. I turned and ran blindly toward the exit, fumbling with my phone to turn on the flashlight. The footsteps behind me got louder, faster. I could feel, I swear I could physically feel, something right behind me, close enough that I should have felt breath on my neck, but there was nothing but cold air. I slammed into the exit door, frantically pushing against the bar to open it. As I tumbled out into the hallway, I glanced back for just a second. The office was pitch black, but in the dim red glow of the exit sign, I swear I saw a figure standing just inside the doorway. Not clearly, not enough to make out features, but a darker shadow against the darkness. I ran down 5 flights of stairs rather than wait for the elevator, burst out of the building and didn't stop running until I reached my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. I called Julian that night and told him everything. I expected him to think I was crazy, but instead he just sighed deeply and said, "It's happened before." Not exactly like that, but similar. "I'm sorry, Marcus. I should have warned you about working late alone. Surprisingly, I didn't quit. Maybe I'm crazy, but I still work at Creative Tech Studios. The strange occurrences continue, objects moving, shadows in the corners, the occasional tap on the shoulder when I'm alone, but I've come to a weird understanding with whatever shares our space. It's never actually harmed anyone, just makes its presence known. I never stay late alone anymore." Julian made a policy that at least 2 people have to be present for closing. The building manager installed better lighting and more security cameras, though they still occasionally experience mysterious technical difficulties. Whatever is in that office, I don't think it's evil. It's just, there. Sharing our space, occasionally reminding us that we're not alone. Sometimes I talk to it when no one's around, just casual comments like, "Hey, can I have my pen back?" And weirdly enough, I often find the missing item on my desk later. I still get chills when I remember those running footsteps in the darkness. I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, certain I heard tapping on my bedroom wall. But I've made my peace with it mostly. If you're ever in Ravenswood and pass by an old brick warehouse with Creative Tech Studios on the directory, maybe give a little nod to whoever or whatever else works there with us. Just don't stay late alone. Trust me on that one, Maishka C. Story 9. I've never told this story in full before, but I need to get it off my chest. I was 24 in 1966, working at the textile factory in Point Pleasant. It's been over 50 years, but I still wake up in the middle of the night sometimes, feeling those eyes on me. It was November 18th, just 3 days after those couples reported seeing something by the old TNT plant. Everyone in town was talking about it, but I didn't believe a word. Thought it was just kids making up stories or seeing a big bird in the dark. Shows what I knew. I was working late shifts that week, getting off around 11 at night. The factory was on the outskirts of town, and I lived about 4 miles away in a small house I was renting. Usually I'd drive straight home, make a sandwich and go to bed. Normal routine, nothing special. That night was cold, really cold, the kind where your breath makes thick clouds in front of your face. I remember walking to my car in the parking lot and feeling like something was off. The security lights were on, but they seemed dimmer than usual, and it was quiet. Normally you'd hear crickets or the distant sound of trucks on the highway, but there was nothing. I got in my old Chevy and started the engine. The radio came on, some Beatles song, I think, and I pulled out of the lot. About halfway home, I had to drive past this stretch of woods. No streetlights there, just darkness on both sides of the road. I slowed down a bit because sometimes deer would jump out. That's when my headlights caught something by the tree line. At first I thought it was a person, maybe someone with car trouble. But as I got closer, I realized it was much bigger than a person. It was standing upright, but it wasn't human, not even close. It must have been at least 7 feet tall. Its body was bulky, like it was wearing a heavy coat, but I could tell it wasn't clothes. It was part of whatever this thing was. And then I saw the eyes. God, those eyes. They were red, but not like anything red I'd ever seen before. They glowed, actually glowed, like 2 burning coals staring right at me. I hit the brakes without thinking. The car skidded a bit on the road, and I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. For a second, couldn't have been more than a few seconds, we just stared at each other. Me and my car and this thing at the edge of the woods. Then it moved. It didn't run or walk. It just opened something from its back. Wings. Huge wings that must have stretched 15 feet across. They weren't like bird wings, though. They were more like bat wings, but massive. And it didn't flap them like a bird would. It just sort of raised them up, and then it was in the air. I stomped on the gas pedal so hard I thought it might go through the floor. The engine roared, and the car shot forward. I was doing 70, maybe 80 on that dark country road, taking curves way too fast. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, expecting to see it behind me. Instead, it appeared right in front of me, hovering about 20 feet above the road. I swerved to avoid it and nearly went into the ditch. It wasn't chasing me. It was ahead of me, like it knew where I was going. The next 2 miles were the most terrifying of my life. Every time I thought I'd lost it, those red eyes would appear again, sometimes ahead, sometimes to the side. It was toying with me, I started feeling sick to my stomach, lightheaded, like I might pass out at the wheel. When I finally turned onto my street, I couldn't see it anymore. I pulled into my driveway so fast I nearly hit the garage door, killed the engine, and ran inside, locked every door, every window, drew all the curtains. Then I just sat on my living room floor with my back against the wall, shaking. I couldn't sleep that night. Kept thinking I heard something moving on the roof or scratching at the windows. Around 3 in the morning, the phone rang. When I answered, there was just this strange static, and underneath it, something that sounded like breathing. I hung up immediately. The next morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Stress, exhaustion, or maybe I'd fallen asleep at the wheel for a few seconds and had a nightmare. That explanation lasted until I went outside to get in my car. There were marks on my roof, long scratches that hadn't been there before, and these weird indentations in the metal, like something heavy had landed on it. And on my front door, about 7 feet up, was a smudge of something dark, like ash or dirt. I called in sick to work, couldn't face driving past those woods again. Instead, I went to the library and looked up anything I could find about strange creatures. Found nothing useful. Then I remembered the couples who'd reported something by the TNT plant. I didn't know them personally, but Point Pleasant is a small town. Everyone knows someone who knows someone. Through a friend of a friend, I got connected with one of the guys who'd been there that night. Met him at a diner just outside town. He was nervous, kept looking around like he expected someone to be listening. When I told him what I'd seen, he went pale. "It followed you home," he said. "It knows where you live now." He told me more about what they'd seen. The same glowing red eyes, the same massive wings. He said they'd been getting strange phone calls too, and that men in dark suits had come to his house asking questions, warning him not to talk about it. I thought he was paranoid until the next day when I got home from buying groceries and found a black car parked across from my house. 2 men in black suits were sitting inside, just watching. When they saw me notice them, they drove away. That night, I heard something on my roof again. Not scratching this time, but heavy footsteps. Thump, 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 like something pacing back and forth. I was too terrified to look outside. The phone rang around midnight. More static, more breathing. This went on for days. I'd see it sometimes on my drive to and from work, always at a distance, those red eyes watching from the trees or from the sky. I started taking different routes home, but somehow it always knew where I was. The phone calls continued. The men in the black car would appear and disappear. Other people in town were seeing it too. Some by the TNT plant, others near their homes or on country roads. Everyone described the same thing. Tall, winged, with those horrible red eyes. And everyone reported the same feeling of dread, like this thing was bringing something terrible with it. One night in early December, about 3 weeks after my first encounter, I was making dinner when my lights flickered. Then the power went out completely. I fumbled around for a flashlight, and when I found one, I heard something at my back door. Not scratching or knocking, but a soft thumping, like something leaning against it. I shined the flashlight toward the door. There's a small window in it, about head height, and there they were, those red eyes staring in at me, not outside the window, but right up against it, like it had its face pressed to the glass. I dropped the flashlight and ran to my bedroom, locked the door, and pushed my dresser in front of it. I could hear movement in my house now, heavy footsteps in my kitchen, things being moved around. It had gotten inside. The footsteps came down the hall, slow and deliberate. They stopped right outside my bedroom door. I was sitting on my bed, holding a baseball bat, crying silently. I don't know how long it stood there. Minutes, hours maybe. Then I heard it again, that soft thump against the door, like it was leaning its weight against it. The doorknob turned slowly, but the lock held. Then, silence. After what felt like forever, I heard the footsteps moving away, back through the house. The front door opened and closed. When morning came, I cautiously moved the dresser and opened my bedroom door. In my kitchen, every cabinet door was open. Nothing was missing, just open, like it had been looking for something. And on my kitchen table was a small pile of dirt and pebbles, river pebbles, like from the Ohio River. That's when it hit me. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't just watching me or scaring me, it was trying to tell me something. The river, the Silver Bridge. I drove down there that morning, parked my car and walked onto the bridge, stood there for almost an hour, looking at the water, looking at the structure of the bridge. I didn't know what I was looking for. A police officer eventually asked me to move along. As I was walking back to my car, I saw it again, perched on top of a building in downtown Point Pleasant, wings folded behind it, those eyes fixed on the bridge. Over the next year, the sightings continued, not just for me, but for dozens of people around town. UFOs were reported too, strange lights in the sky. People got calls, visits from men in black suits. The whole town was on edge. Then came December 15th, 1967. I was driving home from work, had to cross the Silver Bridge to get to my side of town. Traffic was heavy, rush hour, everyone heading home for dinner. I was about halfway across when I felt my car start to vibrate. At first, I thought it was just my old engine acting up. Then I heard it, a loud groaning sound, metal under stress. The car in front of me stopped suddenly, and I slammed on my brakes. People were getting out of their cars, looking around confused. The vibrations got stronger. The bridge was making noises like I'd never heard before. I got out of my car, and that's when I saw it, hovering about 100 feet above the bridge. Those red eyes staring down at all of us. Nobody else seemed to notice it. They were all focused on the weird noises the bridge was making. I knew in that moment what was about to happen. Don't ask me how, but I knew. I started running, pushing past people, screaming at them to get off the bridge. Some followed me, confused but scared by my panic. Others thought I was crazy, stayed with their vehicles. I'd just reached the end of the bridge when I heard the first snap, then another, and another. I turned around in time to see the whole structure start to collapse, cars and people falling into the icy river below. I stood there, watching in horror as the bridge, a bridge I'd crossed nearly every day for years, just fell apart. And above it all, the winged figure hung in the air, watching, not causing it, just watching. Like it had known this was coming all along. 46 people died that day. It could have been more if some of us hadn't gotten off in time. I've carried the guilt for years. Why didn't I figure it out sooner? Those pebbles on my table, the thing's fascination with the bridge, it was trying to warn us. After the collapse, the sightings stopped. Not just for me, but for everyone. The thing, the Mothman, as the papers started calling it, just disappeared. The phone calls stopped. The men in black suits vanished. It was like it had only come for this one terrible event, and once it happened, its purpose was fulfilled. I still live in Point Pleasant, never could bring myself to leave. Sometimes on cold November nights, I find myself driving past that stretch of woods, half hoping, half fearing I'll see those red eyes again, but I never have. Whatever it was, wherever it came from, it's gone now. At least, I hope it is. Story 10. I've never really told this story to many people. It's not something I talk about casually, and honestly, I still get goosebumps just thinking about it, but I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has seen something similar or can help me make sense of what happened. I grew up in White Falls, a small town where everyone knows everyone. It's the kind of place where nothing much happens. People work, kids play, and life just moves along at its own steady pace. I was 10 years old when it happened, and even though it's been 21 years, I remember that day like it was yesterday. It was early October, not quite cold enough for a heavy jacket, but cool enough that I wore my favorite red hoodie. School had just let out for the day, and I decided to take our dog, Max, for a walk before starting my homework. Max was a golden retriever, super friendly and always eager to explore. My parents had gotten him when I was 7, and he was basically my best friend. There was this vacant lot in our neighborhood, just an empty patch of land where someone had torn down an old house but never built anything new. All the neighborhood kids used it as a shortcut, and it had these tall weeds and a few scraggly trees. Nothing special, nothing weird, just an ordinary empty lot that I'd walked through 100 times before. That day, I remember the sky was overcast, making everything look kind of grey and washed out. The vacant lot seemed quieter than usual. No birds chirping, no sounds from the nearby houses, just silence. I didn't think much of it at the time, but looking back, that silence should have been my first warning. Max and I were about halfway across the lot when he suddenly stopped walking. His leash went taut in my hand, and I turned to see what had caught his attention. That's when I saw it. About a meter away from us, hovering about 3 feet off the ground, was this thing. I still struggled to describe it accurately. It was small, about the size of one of my Barbie dolls, but it wasn't a toy. It was a skeleton, a perfectly formed miniature human skeleton with wings. The wings weren't feathered like an angel's or leathery like a bat's. They were skeletal too, like bird wings, stripped of everything but bone. The most terrifying part? It had eyes, not empty eye sockets like you'd expect in a skull, but actual eyes, dark, glittering, and very much alive, and those eyes were staring directly at me. I froze. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even blink. It was like time stood still for those few seconds. The thing just hovered there, its tiny skeletal body completely motionless, except for the slight movement of its wings, keeping it airborne. What convinced me I wasn't hallucinating was Max's reaction. He was staring at the exact same spot, his body rigid, hackles raised. He saw it too. My dog saw it too. This wasn't my imagination playing tricks on me. This was real. After what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds, the thing suddenly moved. It didn't turn or pivot. It just shot backward and upward in one fluid motion, then darted away over the trees at the edge of the lot. Max barked once and lunged after it, nearly pulling the leash out of my hand. That broke my paralysis. Pure terror flooded through me, and I yanked Max back, turned and ran. I ran faster than I'd ever run in my life, dragging poor Max behind me all the way home. I burst through our front door, slammed it shut, and leaned against it, breathing so hard I thought my lungs would explode. My mom came running from the kitchen, obviously alarmed. "Emma, what happened? Are you hurt?" I couldn't speak at first. I just stood there, trembling, with Max pressed against my legs. When I finally caught my breath enough to talk, the words came tumbling out in a confused jumble. I told her about the tiny skeleton with wings, how it had stared at me, how Max had seen it too. I expected her to laugh it off or tell me it was just my imagination. That's what adults usually did when kids talked about seeing strange things. But she didn't. Instead, she went very quiet and exchanged this look with my dad, who had come in from the living room. "Are you sure that's what you saw, Emma?" my dad asked, his voice oddly serious. Not dismissive, not humoring me, genuinely concerned. "Yes," I insisted. "Max saw it too. He was staring right at it and tried to chase it when it flew away." My parents looked at each other again, and something passed between them that I couldn't understand. My mum sat me down on the couch and brought me some hot chocolate, something she only did when I was upset or sick. They didn't tell me I was making things up or that I'd seen a bird or a large insect. They listened and asked questions. How big was it exactly? Did it make any noise? How long did I see it for? Their reactions scared me almost as much as the thing itself. Why weren't they dismissing what I'd seen? Why did they seem so worried? That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those tiny dark eyes staring back at me. I kept my bedroom light on, and Max slept on my bed, something my parents never usually allowed. Even with him there, I jumped at every little sound, convinced the winged skeleton was somehow outside my window, watching me. The next day, my parents acted like nothing had happened. When I brought it up at breakfast, my dad just said, "Let's not talk about that anymore, Emma." And that was it. They never mentioned it again, and after a while, I stopped bringing it up too. But I couldn't forget. I'd tried to distract myself with school and friends and normal kid stuff. But the memory would creep back when I least expected it. Sometimes I'd dream about it, not just the creature itself, but the silence in the vacant lot, the stillness in the air before it appeared. As I got older, I told a few close friends about what I'd seen. Most of them reacted the way I expected my parents to, with skeptical smiles or nervous laughter. But occasionally, someone would listen with a strange intensity, then admit they believed me, not because they'd seen anything similar themselves, but because, as one friend put it, nobody would make up something that specific and weird. I spent hours in the library and later online, trying to find something that matched what I'd seen. The closest I came were descriptions of fairies from old folklore, not the pretty, sparkly kind from children's books, but the ancient, unsettling fae that were said to steal children and bring misfortune. But even those accounts didn't quite match what I'd encountered. When I was 15, I went back to that vacant lot for the first time since that day. By then, someone had finally built a house there, and the weeds and scraggly trees were gone. I stood on the sidewalk, staring at the neat lawn and freshly painted walls, trying to reconcile this normal place with the sight of the most terrifying moment of my life. Part of me hoped being there would trigger some realization, that I'd suddenly remember some detail that would explain everything, but it didn't. The memory remained exactly as it always had, vivid and inexplicable. I'm 31 now. I've got a career, a partner, a life I've built far away from White Falls. But that encounter still haunts me. Sometimes I'll catch a glimpse of something small moving in my peripheral vision, and my heart will stop for a second before I realize it's just a bird or a moth or nothing at all. Last year, I finally worked up the courage to ask my parents about their reaction that day. We were having dinner during one of my rare visits home, and I casually brought it up, trying to sound like I was just reminiscing about childhood. "Do you remember when I was 10 and came home terrified because I thought I saw a tiny skeleton with wings in the vacant lot?" My mum's fork clattered against her plate. My dad suddenly became very interested in his food. After a moment of uncomfortable silence, my mum said, "That was a long time ago, Emma." "I know, but I've always wondered why you seem to believe me. Most parents would have told their kid they were imagining things." My dad cleared his throat. "You were an honest kid, not the type to make up stories for attention. But you seemed worried, like you knew something about what I saw." Another long silence. Then my mom said, "Emma, some things are better left in the past," and changed the subject. That's when I realized they knew something they weren't willing to share, even with me, even after all these years. I've tried everything to make sense of what happened that day. I've researched supernatural phenomena, local history, even toxic plants that might cause hallucinations. Nothing fits. The only explanation I keep coming back to is the simplest and most terrifying. What I saw was real. It existed. It was there in that vacant lot, and for some reason it revealed itself to me and Max. Sometimes I wonder if other people have seen it too. If somewhere out there, someone else is carrying around the memory of those tiny skeletal wings, those dark, knowing eyes. That's why I'm finally sharing this. Not because I expect answers, but because I can't shake the feeling that I'm not alone in this experience. So if you've seen something similar, or if you know anything about what this thing might be, please tell me. Because even after 21 years, I still look over my shoulder when I'm alone. I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, certain that if I open my eyes, I'll see that tiny winged skeleton hovering above my bed, staring at me with those impossible eyes. And I still wonder what would have happened if Max hadn't been with me that day, or if instead of flying away, that thing had come closer. Story 11. I've been debating whether to share this for months. Part of me worries you'll think I'm crazy, but I need to tell someone who might understand what happened. This all went down last semester at my college in Boston, and I still can't make sense of it. I had this incredibly vivid dream 3 nights before my Tuesday afternoon psychology elective. In the dream, Professor Hayes was wearing all black, which was weird because he usually dressed in those typical rumpled professor clothes with elbow patches. The classroom looked almost the same as our real one, except all the desks were pushed away from the left wall. We were watching some video, and then he started passing out what looked like permission slips, saying he was going to hypnotize us for a demonstration. Before I could even read the paper, this blonde woman I'd never seen before appeared behind me and snapped her fingers right by my ear. Next thing I knew, I was standing against the left wall with everyone else from class. They all looked completely zonked out, but I felt partially awake, like I was fighting through a fog. The blonde woman was moving down the row of students, placing what looked like locusts in their mouths as they stood there with blank expressions. I remember thinking, I'm going to refuse when she gets to me, but that's when I woke up sweating and freaked out. I told my roommate about it the next morning, and she laughed it off. That's what happens when you take a class called Mind and Behavior with a creepy old professor, she said. I tried to laugh too, but something about that dream stuck with me. Fast forward to Tuesday. I walked into class feeling weirdly anxious. Professor Hayes was wearing his usual corduroy jacket, not all black, so I started to relax. But as I sat down, I swear, I heard whispers telling me to leave. Not like actual voices, more like those thoughts you get that don't feel like your own. I ignored them, figuring I was just being paranoid because of that stupid dream. Class started normally. Professor Hayes was discussing how certain visual and auditory stimuli can affect brain patterns. He mentioned he'd prepared some video examples to demonstrate various cognitive phenomena. The first 2 videos were pretty standard, optical illusions and those perspective tricks that make your brain see things that aren't there. Then he put on the 3rd video. I immediately felt uncomfortable. It featured rapidly changing images with strobing light effects between transitions. There were occasional words or phrases that flashed so quickly I could barely register them. Something felt off about it. The strobing got more intense, and I noticed some students seemed completely transfixed by the screen. I tried covering my eyes, but Professor Hayes noticed and said, "Miss Collins, please watch the demonstration. This is important material." Something in his tone made me reluctantly lower my hands. The video continued for what felt like forever, but was probably only about 5 minutes. When it ended, I felt strange, lightheaded and slightly disoriented. Professor Hayes turned the lights back on and continued lecturing as if nothing unusual had happened. I tried to take notes, but my hand felt disconnected from my brain. I looked around and noticed other students were writing robotically, their expressions vacant. After class, I gathered my things slowly, still feeling dazed. In the hallway, I noticed everyone from class walking in strange, synchronized patterns. They weren't talking or checking their phones like students usually do between classes. They were just moving. And no one else in the crowded hallway seemed to notice anything weird. I stopped by the bathroom to splash cold water on my face. When I looked in the mirror, my pupils were so dilated they almost swallowed my irises. I blinked several times, and they slowly returned to normal. That's when I started to panic. Instead of going to my next class, I went to the library and frantically searched online about hypnosis, strobing lights, and subliminal messaging. There were academic articles about how strobing lights at certain frequencies can indeed induce altered states of consciousness or even hypnotic trances. Some research discussed how subliminal messages combined with these visual techniques could potentially increase suggestibility. I felt sick to my stomach. Around 4 o'clock, I decided I needed to get off campus. The whole time I was walking to my car, I felt like I was being watched. As I reached the parking lot, I noticed Professor Hayes sitting in his car, staring directly at me. Our eyes met, and he smiled in a way that made my skin crawl. Without thinking, I marched over to his car. Those videos today, the strobing could cause seizures in people with epilepsy. You didn't warn us, I said, not wanting to accuse him of what I really suspected. He looked surprised, then apologetic. You're absolutely right, Miss Collins. That was an oversight on my part. I'll be sure to provide proper warnings in the future. But something in his eyes didn't match his words. They looked calculating. I nodded and walked away, my heart pounding. As I got into my car, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I started driving home, constantly checking my rearview mirror to see if I was being followed. About halfway home, I felt a pressure in the car, like the air had suddenly become dense. It sounds crazy, but I swear I felt someone or something in the back seat. I whipped my head around, but there was nothing there. Still, the feeling persisted, a heaviness, a presence. I cranked up the radio to drown out my thoughts and drove way too fast the rest of the way home. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those strobing lights and flashing words. I kept hearing whispers at the edge of my consciousness. At around 3 in the morning, I finally fell into a fitful sleep and dreamed of standing against that left wall again, watching the blonde woman approach me with insects in her palm. The next day, I skipped all my classes. I called my friend Megan, who's into spiritual stuff. She suggested I talk to her psychic, which wasn't really my thing, but I was desperate for answers. We went that afternoon. The psychic, an older woman named Ruth, took one look at me and her expression changed. There's something around you, she said, something angry. What do you mean? I asked. An entity. It's been with you for about 24 hours. She closed her eyes. It's trying to communicate through me. It's saying it was sent to observe, to report back. I felt cold all over. Report back to who? Ruth's eyes suddenly flew open and she gasped. It's gone, it just left. She looked shaken. That's never happened before during a reading. Megan and I exchanged looks. Is it gone for good? I asked hopefully. Ruth shook her head slowly. I don't think so. It felt more like it left to consult with someone. We left shortly after, and Megan came back to my apartment. We were sitting in my kitchen when all the cabinet doors flew open simultaneously. The lights flickered, and my cat went absolutely ballistic, hissing at empty corners of the room. It's back, Megan whispered. And it's pissed. That's when things got even weirder. My hands started shaking uncontrollably. I felt this overwhelming urge to go back to campus, specifically to Professor Hayes's office. The compulsion was so strong, I actually grabbed my car keys before Megan stopped me. You can't go there, she said firmly. Something's trying to control you. We spent the next 3 hours saging every inch of my apartment while Megan recited some protection prayers she knew. Gradually, the oppressive feeling lifted. My hands stopped shaking. My cat came out from under the couch. I ended up dropping that psychology class and avoiding that entire building on campus. I've seen Professor Hayes from a distance twice since then. Both times, he was staring directly at me, even though I was in a crowd of students. And both times, I felt that same heaviness return briefly, like something was trying to attach itself to me again. I still don't know what happened that day in class. Was it actually hypnosis? Some kind of mind control experiment? Or am I just having some kind of breakdown? The dream I had before it all happened makes me think something truly paranormal was going on. How could I have dreamed about a classroom setup that hadn't happened yet, about hypnosis before it occurred? I've tried researching Professor Hayes, but there's surprisingly little information about him online for someone who's supposedly been teaching for 15 years. The university website lists his credentials and publications, but when I tried to look up those publications, I couldn't find most of them in any academic database. It's been 3 months now, and sometimes I still wake up feeling like there's something in my room watching me. Sometimes I catch myself standing still, staring at nothing for minutes at a time, with no memory of how long I've been there. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I hear a woman's voice whisper, "It's almost time to stand against the wall." I don't know what to do. I don't know who to tell. All I know is that something happened to me and my classmates that day. And whatever it was, it's not over. Story 12. I still don't know what to make of what happened last Tuesday night. My husband Mike and I were driving back home with our kids after having dinner at my sister's place. It was about 9:30, just dark enough for the headlights to make those stark shadows on the road. We live out in Willow Creek, pretty rural area with lots of farmland and cornfields. The kids were knocked out in the back seat, which wasn't surprising since Ethan had soccer practice earlier and Emma had been running around with her cousins all evening. We were on Porter Road, that back road that cuts through the Henderson and Miller farms. I know this road like the back of my hand. I've driven it literally hundreds of times over the 12 years we've lived here. It's about 5 minutes from our house, and I'm always extra careful on it because deer come out of nowhere, especially this time of year. So we're driving, and Mike and I were just talking about normal stuff. Bills, his work schedule for the week, whether we should finally replace the washing machine that's been making that weird noise. Just everyday conversation. The corn was high on both sides of the road, like walls of darkness beyond our headlights. The sky was clear that night too, stars everywhere, no fog, no mist, nothing that would explain what we saw. I remember I was mid-sentence talking about Emma's parent-teacher conference when something caught my eye on the left side of the road. At first I thought it was just a reflection of our headlights on a sign or something, but then I realized it wasn't reflecting anything. It was actually glowing. It was this rectangle, a perfect rectangle, maybe about the size of a door, just standing there on the side of the road. The weird part was that it was transparent. I could see the cornfield through it, but it was also somehow glowing with this faint bluish-white light. Not bright enough to light up the area around it, but definitely visible in the dark. It didn't look solid. It had this hazy, almost shimmering quality to it, like heat waves, but more structured. I was about to say something to Mike when I noticed movement. Something small darted across the road. It moved so fast I couldn't even tell what it was. It was just a blur that crossed right in front of our car, from the left side where the rectangle was, to the right side into the cornfield. I didn't even have time to react or hit the brakes. Whatever it was gone in a split second. Before I could mention anything, Mike suddenly said, "I think I just saw something." My skin immediately broke out in goosebumps because I knew exactly what he was talking about. We both started describing what we'd seen at the same time, and we both used the exact phrase, "a glowing rectangle." When we realized we'd seen the same thing, this cold feeling washed over me. I slowed the car down, not sure if I should stop or keep going. That's when I remembered there's a mailbox right around that spot. The old Cranston property that's been abandoned for years. For a second, I thought maybe that's what we saw, but no, the mailbox is just a normal mailbox on a wooden post. What we saw was perfect, geometrically perfect, and it was glowing and transparent, nothing like a mailbox. The kids were still asleep, thank God. I don't think I would have wanted them to see whatever that was. Mike kept looking back over his shoulder as we drove on, and I kept checking my rear-view mirror, but the rectangle was gone. It wasn't like it disappeared while we were looking at it. We just couldn't see it anymore once we'd passed. "Should we turn around?" Mike whispered, probably not wanting to wake the kids. I shook my head. No way was I turning back. Something about that rectangle felt wrong. Not dangerous exactly, but definitely not normal. Not of this world, if that makes sense without sounding too crazy. We drove on for maybe a minute or two in complete silence, both of us still processing what we'd seen, when Mike suddenly pointed out the windshield. What are those lights? There were lights in the sky ahead of us, maybe half a mile away. They were too low to be airplanes, just above the tops of the corn. 3 white lights in a row, with a red one on the end. They weren't moving side to side. They were just slowly rising upward. Could be a crop duster, I suggested, though I knew it wasn't. The Millers had been crop dusting that week, but they always do it during the day, never at night, and crop dusters don't hover and then rise straight up. We watched as the lights climbed higher and higher until they were just points in the night sky, indistinguishable from stars. Then they were gone. Just gone. Not like they flew away or faded out gradually. They literally vanished in an instant. By this point, my knuckles were white on the steering wheel. I didn't realize how tense I was until Mike reached over and put his hand on mine. "You okay?" he asked. I nodded, but I wasn't. Not really. We got home about 3 minutes later, and I was so relieved to pull into our driveway I could have cried. We got the kids inside and put them to bed, and then Mike and I sat at our kitchen table with cups of tea that went cold because neither of us drank them. We were too busy trying to make sense of what we'd seen. Maybe it was some kind of weather phenomenon, Mike suggested, like ball lightning or something. But ball lightning isn't rectangular, and it doesn't just stand there on the side of the road. And what about the thing that ran across the road? The more we talked about it, the more confused and unsettled I felt. What's really bothering me is that I never actually saw whatever ran across the road. I saw movement, but my eyes were fixed on that rectangle. It's like my brain couldn't process both things at once. Mike says he saw something small and dark run across, but he can't describe it any better than that. Just that it moved incredibly fast. I called Jennifer Miller the next morning to ask if they'd been doing any crop dusting the night before, and she said no, they hadn't. She asked why, and I made up some excuse about thinking I heard a plane. I didn't want to tell her what we'd seen. People talk in small towns, and I didn't want to be that crazy lady who sees things. Mike and I drove back to that spot the next day. In daylight, it looked completely normal. The Cranston mailbox was there, weathered and leaning slightly to one side. The cornfields were just cornfields. There was nothing unusual, no sign that anything strange had happened there. We even got out of the car and looked around for, I don't know what. Burn marks, footprints, anything that might explain what we saw, but there was nothing. We didn't tell the kids. What would we even say? Mommy and Daddy saw a glowing rectangle that might have been a ghost or an alien or a tear in the fabric of reality. No, thank you. They'd either be terrified or they'd think we'd lost our minds. The thing that makes this whole experience so disturbing is that we both saw exactly the same thing. If it had just been me, I might have convinced myself it was my imagination or my eyes playing tricks on me. But we described it to each other using the same words before we knew the other had seen it too. Two people independently witnessing the exact same unexplainable phenomenon on a road we know so well. What are the chances of that? I've lived in rural areas my whole life. I know what normal, natural phenomena look like. I know what car headlights reflecting off signs look like, what moonlight through fog looks like, what fireflies and owls and all kinds of normal nighttime things look like. This wasn't any of those things. It's been 5 days now, and I still get goosebumps when I think about it. I've been avoiding Porter Road, taking the longer way around through town instead. Mike thinks I'm being silly, but he didn't volunteer to drive that way either when he took Ethan to soccer yesterday. I've tried researching online for similar experiences, but everything I find is either obviously fake or so different from what we saw that it doesn't help. The perfect rectangular shape and that strange transparent glow, I've never heard of anything like it. Last night, I woke up around 3 in the morning with this overwhelming feeling that I needed to look out our bedroom window. Our house backs up to fields, and when I peeked through the curtains, I swear I saw lights in the distance, the same configuration as the ones we saw that night. I blinked, and they were gone. I stood there for nearly 20 minutes, waiting to see if they'd come back, but they didn't. I haven't told Mike about that part yet. He's already worried about how obsessed I've become with what we saw, but I can't let it go. Two normal people with normal lives suddenly seeing something that defies explanation. It changes how you see everything. Every shadow in my house, every strange sound at night, every flicker of light in the corner of my eye makes me freeze now. I know this sounds crazy. I know most people would say we imagined it or that there's some simple explanation we're missing, but I know what I saw. We both do. And whatever that glowing rectangle was, whatever ran across the road, whatever those lights were in the sky, they weren't normal. They weren't from here. And the worst part, I have to drive past that spot again eventually. I can't avoid it forever, and every time I do, I'll be looking for that rectangle, wondering if it's still there, invisible in the daylight, waiting for night to fall so it can glow again, waiting for me. Story 13. I never believed in ghosts. Not really. I'd watch those paranormal shows with friends and laugh about how fake everything seemed, but that was before our house turned into whatever it is now. I'm still trying to make sense of it all, and honestly, I'm scared to even type this out because acknowledging it makes it more real somehow. It started 3 weeks ago, right after my aunt's mother passed away. We weren't super close with her, but she was family, and my mom and aunt were devastated. The funeral was on a Tuesday. Small, quiet, mostly family. Nothing unusual happened that day. We came home tired and emotionally drained, had a simple dinner, and went to bed early. The next morning is when things began to change. I was in the kitchen making coffee when the laundry room light started flickering. At first I thought nothing of it, just a faulty bulb, right? But when I went to check, the flickering stopped immediately. I remember standing there for a good minute, staring at the perfectly functioning light, feeling weirdly uneasy. I changed the bulb anyway, and went about my day. That evening, while my mum was cooking dinner, it happened again. The laundry room is right off the kitchen, and the light kept flashing on and off. My mum noticed it too, so I knew I wasn't imagining things. "Maria, can you check that light again?" she asked. "I just changed that bulb last week before you did today." When I walked in, the flickering stopped again. I checked the connections, the switch, everything looked normal. I even called my stepdad. He's good with electrical stuff, and he said he'd look at it when he got home from work. But the weird thing, when he checked later that night, he couldn't find anything wrong with it, and it hasn't flickered when he's been home. Not once. Our dog started acting strange too. We have two. Bruno is a lab mix and Rosie is a little terrier thing. They're normally super chill, especially Bruno. But about 4 days after the funeral, Bruno refused to go into the laundry room. He just sat at the threshold whining. He wouldn't even go in for treats, and that dog would normally do backflips for a piece of cheese. Last Friday was when things got really intense. My boyfriend Mark was working late, and my stepdad was on an overnight shift. It was just me and Mom at home, plus the dogs. We'd just finished dinner when the laundry room lights started going crazy, not just flickering but flashing in what almost felt like a pattern. On, off, on, off, on, pause, then repeat. Mom joked that we had a ghost, but I could tell she was freaked out. We tried to ignore it and decided to watch Hocus Pocus in the living room. I know, ironic choice given what was happening. About halfway through the movie, Rosie, who had been sleeping on my mom's lap, suddenly jumped up and started barking like crazy at the hallway. There was nothing there, absolutely nothing, but she was going ballistic, hackles raised, barking at something only she could see. Bruno, who had been on the floor by the couch, was now pressed against my legs, shaking. "What's wrong, girl?" Mom asked, trying to sound calm, but I could hear the tension in her voice. Rosie wouldn't stop barking at the empty hallway. I got up to try to calm her down, picking her up to carry her back to Mom's chair. As soon as I stepped toward the hallway, she freaked out completely, jumped out of my arms so hard she nearly fell, then ran back to me, hiding behind my legs alongside Bruno. I'm not ashamed to admit that I was terrified. We both were. The air felt heavy, cold, like something was pressing down on us. The TV suddenly shut off, and the house went completely silent, except for Rosie's growling. "Let's go to my room," Mom suggested, her voice barely above a whisper. We spent the rest of the night in her bedroom with the door closed and both dogs on the bed. Neither of us slept much. The next morning I woke up with the worst feeling. My back was burning, like someone had dragged something across it. When I checked in the mirror, there were 4 long scratches from my right shoulder blade down to the middle of my back. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd scratched myself in my sleep, but they were in a place I couldn't reach. The dogs slept in Mom's room, not mine. My boyfriend Mark had stayed at his place that night because of his early shift, so it wasn't him. And these weren't like fingernail scratches anyway. They were deeper, almost like claws. When I showed my mom, she went pale. She made me sit down and told me something she'd been keeping from me. Apparently, my aunt's mother had been into some spiritual stuff that the family didn't talk about much. Nothing evil or anything, just different. Crystals, energies, talking to spirits. Mom said she'd had a collection of objects that were supposedly special or connected to the other side. After she died, my aunt had distributed some of these items among family members as keepsakes. My mum got a small crystal ball thing that she'd put on our mantel the day after the funeral, right when all this started. I immediately wanted to get rid of it, but Mom wasn't sure. "What if it makes things worse?" she asked. "What if whatever this is gets angry? That's the thing about dealing with whatever this is. You don't know the rules. You don't know what might escalate things." So we kept the crystal ball, but Mom put it in a box in her closet. Did it help? Hard to say. The lights still flicker sometimes, but not as dramatically. The dogs are still on edge, though, especially at night. 3 nights ago, I was alone in the house. Mom was at my aunt's, helping her sort through more of her mother's things. Mark was working. It was around 10 at night, and I was in my bedroom trying to distract myself with Netflix when I heard it. The distinct sound of footsteps in the hallway outside my room. Heavy, deliberate steps, stopping right outside my door. I froze, unable to move, barely breathing. The doorknob rattled slightly, like someone was testing it. Thank God I'd locked it out of paranoia. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Who's there?" No answer, but the footsteps started again, moving away from my door and down the hall toward the kitchen. I gathered all my courage, grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, and slowly opened my door. The hallway was empty, completely empty. But as I stood there, I heard cabinets opening and closing in the kitchen. I crept down the hallway, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. When I reached the kitchen entrance, I flipped on the light. Nothing. No open cabinets. No signs of disturbance. But I know what I heard. I ran back to my room, locked the door, and called Mark. He came over immediately, checked the entire house, found nothing. He stayed the night and nothing else happened while he was there. Yesterday morning, I found all the kitchen cabinets open. Every single one. Mark swears they were closed when he checked the house the night before. This afternoon, while I was doing laundry, forcing myself to use that room despite everything, I heard a child's laugh, clear as day, right behind me. I spun around so fast I dropped the laundry basket. No one was there. We don't have children in this house. Our nearest neighbors with kids are across the street, way too far for me to have heard a child that clearly, right now, as I'm typing this, I keep hearing something moving in the attic above me, slow, dragging sounds. We never use the attic. There's no reason for anything to be moving up there. Mom's at work, Mark's at his place. I'm alone, and I don't know what to do. The scratches on my back haven't healed. If anything, they look worse, redder. Sometimes they burn so badly I can barely stand it. I've tried researching what could be happening. Some sites say it could be a spirit attached to that crystal ball thing. Others suggest it might not be connected to the object at all. But that grief opens doorways sometimes, that when we're emotionally vulnerable after losing someone, things can come through. The dogs won't leave my side now. Even as I type this, they're both pressed against me, occasionally growling at empty corners of the room. Bruno just started staring intently at my bedroom door, his ears perked forward. I don't hear anything, but he clearly does. Wait. The scratches on my back just started burning again. Really bad this time, and I swear I just heard someone whisper my name right next to my ear, but I'm alone in this room. The lights are flickering now, not just the laundry room, all of them, throughout the house. Something's knocking on my bedroom wall. 3 distinct knocks, over and over. The dogs are going crazy now, barking at my closet door. It's closed, but I think it's opening on its own. Just a crack, but it's definitely moving. I don't know what to do. I don't understand what's happening or why. All I know is something is in my house, and it knows I'm here, and it knows I'm afraid. The closet door is opening wider now. The room has gone ice cold. I can see my breath. Oh God. I think I see something moving in there, in the darkness of my closet. I need to... Story 14. I still can't explain what happened that night in 2004. I've spent years trying to rationalize it, but I can't. Some experiences just defy explanation, and what we saw on Gravity Hill is one of them. I was 22 at the time, home from college for the summer, hanging with my old high school friends. It was one of those humid July nights in New Jersey when the air feels thick and the cicadas are screaming. We were bored, looking for something to do, when someone mentioned Gravity Hill. For those who don't know, Gravity Hill is this spot near Washington's Crossing Park where something weird happens. If you park your car at the bottom of what looks like an uphill slope, put it in neutral, and take your foot off the brake, your car will seemingly roll uphill. It's supposedly caused by the spirits of people who died in an accident there years ago. Something about a car getting hit by a train, and now those spirits are trying to push cars away from danger. I'd been there before a couple times in high school, so I became the unofficial tour guide that night. Our group was pretty big, 8 of us total, so we took 2 cars. I drove my Honda Civic with 3 of my buddies, Mike, Dante, and Chris. The girls, Jessica, Amber, Kayla, and Tina, followed in Jessica's Toyota Corolla. We set out around 11:30. It was one of those perfect summer nights where you drive with the windows down, music playing, joking around. The kind of night that should have ended with late-night diner food and good memories. The drive to Gravity Hill took about 40 minutes from our suburban town. It's nestled in this rural area with winding back roads, cornfields, and scattered farmhouses. By the time we got there, it was close to midnight and the place was deserted. Just empty country roads cutting through dark fields. With that heavy silence you only get in rural areas at night. I remember pulling onto the access road that leads to the hill. It's not much of a hill, honestly, more like a slight incline that plays tricks on your perception. But the optical illusion is convincing enough that when we did the test, everyone freaked out. "Okay, watch this," I said, positioning my car at the bottom of the slope. The girls parked behind us, headlights illuminating the back of my car. I'm going to put it in neutral and take my foot completely off the brake. I did exactly that, and sure enough, my car began to roll. From our perspective, it absolutely looked like we were moving uphill. The girls were watching from their car, and I could see them pointing and laughing through my rearview mirror. "Holy shit," Chris said from the passenger seat. "That's actually freaky." We rolled for about 30 feet before I put the car back in drive. The girls wanted to try it too, so Jessica pulled her car to the starting position and did the same thing, same result. Her car appeared to roll uphill. We did this a couple more times, taking videos on our flip phones. This was before smartphones were everywhere, laughing about how weird it was. The whole time, I kept explaining the scientific explanation that it's just an optical illusion caused by the surrounding landscape, that the road actually slopes downward even though it looks like it goes up. But Amber, who was really into paranormal stuff, insisted it was the spirits. You can feel it, right? Like something's pushing the car? I rolled my eyes, but there was this undeniable eeriness to the place. Maybe it was the isolation, or the pitch-black surroundings with no streetlights, or the way sound seemed to carry differently out there. Whatever it was, after about 20 minutes of messing around, we decided to head back. That's when things got weird. Instead of going back the way we came, I remembered a shortcut, a back road that would intersect with the main highway sooner. It was narrower and less maintained, but it would save us about 10 minutes. The girls followed close behind my car as we turned onto this road. Did anyone else think that was kind of creepy? Mike asked from the back seat. Like not the hill thing, but just being out here. It's just dark, I said, though I had felt it too, this subtle wrongness in the air. We'd gone maybe half a mile down this road when my radar detector suddenly went crazy. It started beeping loudly, flashing like it had detected a police radar, but we were in the middle of nowhere. No police, no traffic, nothing. What the hell? I said, glancing at the device mounted on my dashboard. There's no way there's a cop out here. Chris leaned forward. Maybe it's malfunctioning. Before I could answer, we heard screams from the car behind us, not just surprised yelps, but genuine screams of terror. I checked my rearview mirror and saw the girl's car swerving slightly. What the fuck? Dante said, turning around in his seat. What's happening? I slowed down, concerned. Should I stop? That's when I saw it. We were passing an old farmhouse on the right, with a field beside it. In that field, I initially thought I saw a scarecrow, just a dark humanoid shape standing motionless among the crops. It registered as weird since it was midnight, and who the hell would have a scarecrow out at night? But not alarming. Then it moved. Not like a person moves, not like anything I've ever seen move. 1 second it was standing in the field, maybe 30 yards from the road. The next, it was hovering, fucking hovering, alongside my car. Jesus Christ, Chris shouted, pressing himself against his door. The thing was dark. Not just dark-colored, but somehow absorbing the darkness around it. It had a vaguely human shape, but was distorted, elongated. It had no distinct facial features that I could make out, just this black silhouette with impossibly long limbs that seemed to stretch and contract as it moved. And it moved like nothing I've ever seen. It didn't run alongside us. It glided, effortlessly keeping pace with my car, even as I accelerated to 45 miles per hour. It was like it wasn't bound by normal physics, like it was sliding on ice while we were struggling through mud. What the fuck is that? Mike screamed, and I could hear the raw terror in his voice. The thing was on Dante's side of the car, and it suddenly stretched one of its arms, or what seemed like an arm, toward our window. The limb extended in a way that no human arm could, reaching toward Dante, who was now pressed against the opposite door, his face drained of all color. "Roll up the fucking windows!" Chris was screaming, though all our windows were already closed. "Drive faster! Go, go, go!" I slammed my foot down on the accelerator, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. The radar detector was still going crazy, beeping frantically. The engine roared as we shot forward, but that thing, that shadow, kept pace effortlessly. For several horrifying seconds, it stayed right beside us, that reaching arm seemingly trying to phase through the glass. Then my radar detector let out a different tone, a high-pitched whine, and the shadow figure abruptly pulled back. It didn't slow down or fall behind. It just suddenly retreated, sliding back toward the field we'd passed, as if yanked by some unseen force. I didn't slow down. I kept my foot planted on the gas, taking the curves of that country road way too fast, the girl's car still behind us. No one spoke, The only sounds were our panicked breathing and the engine straining. We drove like that for miles, not stopping until we reached a small parking lot near a bridge that crossed back into a more populated area. I pulled in, and the girls immediately parked beside us. We all got out, shaking. Did you see that? Jessica was almost hysterical, her face streaked with tears. Tell me you saw that. We saw it, I confirmed, my voice barely steady. What the fuck was that thing? Everyone was talking at once, describing what they'd seen. The terrifying part was how consistent our descriptions were. Everyone had seen the same thing, this dark humanoid shape that moved wrong, that reached for our cars with impossible limbs. Amber was hyperventilating. It tried to get in, she kept saying. It tried to get inside the car. Tina was crying silently, her arms wrapped around herself. I thought those stories were bullshit, she whispered. All that stuff about spirits on Gravity Hill. But what we saw wasn't a spirit in any traditional sense. It wasn't some translucent ghost or floating orb. It was solid darkness, three-dimensional but wrong, like something trying to imitate human form without quite understanding how humans work. We stayed in that parking lot for almost an hour, trying to calm down, trying to make sense of what had happened. Eventually, we decided to head home, but we stuck together. The girls following directly behind my car the whole way, headlights never more than a few feet from my bumper. That night, none of us slept well. I kept seeing that figure in my mind, the way it moved, the way it reached, the wrongness of it. Over the next few days, we talked about it constantly, comparing notes, trying to rationalize. Maybe it was a shared hallucination, mass hysteria, triggered by the spooky atmosphere and the legend of Gravity Hill. But how could 8 people hallucinate the exact same thing? We looked up local folklore, trying to find anything about shadow figures in that area. We found plenty about Gravity Hill itself, about the car accident and the spirits that supposedly push vehicles uphill. But nothing about what we saw. A week later, driven by a mixture of fear and curiosity, Mike and I went back during daylight. We drove the same route, found the farmhouse. Nothing seemed unusual, just an ordinary field beside an ordinary house. No scarecrow, no shadow. It's been almost 20 years since that night, and I still don't have an explanation. The memory hasn't faded. Sometimes I'll be driving at night and catch a glimpse of something dark in my peripheral vision, and my heart will stop for a second. The 8 of us have drifted apart over the years, as people do, but occasionally I'll get a text or call from one of them, usually late at night. No greeting, no small talk. Just, "Do you still think about it?" And I always know exactly what they mean. I don't go back to Gravity Hill anymore. I don't drive on rural roads at night, if I can help it. And when people talk about ghosts or paranormal phenomena, I stay quiet. Because what we saw that night wasn't a ghost. It was something else, something I can't explain, something that shouldn't exist in our world. And sometimes when I'm alone at night and the shadows in my room seem deeper than they should be, I wonder if it's still out there, gliding alongside some other car on a dark country road, reaching out with those impossible limbs, trying to get in. Story 15. I'm still struggling to process what happened last night. I keep replaying it in my head, trying to find some logical explanation. But I can't. I need to write this down before I start doubting myself or the details get fuzzy. For context, I'm not some spiritual guru or paranormal enthusiast. I work in IT, deal with logical systems all day, and generally approach life with healthy skepticism. Sure, I've always been intrigued by psychic phenomena and weird, unexplained stuff, but more in a "that's an interesting podcast topic" way, not a "this actually happens" way. So yesterday evening, I was at my place in Pembroke, this small coastal town where nothing extraordinary ever happens. It was around 9:30, and I'd just gotten out of the shower. I was standing in front of the bathroom mirror, putting in my contacts. I hate wearing glasses, with my phone on speaker on the counter. I was talking to my girlfriend, Sophia. We've been together for almost 2 years now, and we rarely fight. That's what makes this whole thing even weirder. Somehow, we got into this stupid argument about her co-worker's birthday dinner that I couldn't attend because of work commitments. It started small. She was disappointed. I was defensive. But it escalated quickly in a way that wasn't normal for us. "You never make an effort with my friends," she said, her voice getting tighter. "That's not fair," I replied, feeling my face getting hot as I tried to balance putting in my left contact while also defending myself. "I've met them all multiple times. I just can't skip this client meeting tomorrow." "You could reschedule if you actually wanted to," she shot back. The argument spiraled from there. I can't even remember all the things we said, but we both started bringing up old grievances that had nothing to do with the original issue. You know how fights can get. Suddenly you're no longer arguing about dinner plans, but about that time 6 months ago when someone said something thoughtless. I remember feeling this weird tension building, not just emotionally, but almost physically, like pressure in the air before a thunderstorm. The bathroom felt weirdly charged. I thought it was just my anger and frustration making me hyper-aware of everything. Sophia was mid-sentence about how I always prioritize work when I interrupted her with something snarky. That's when she completely lost it. "You, Martin!" she yelled and hung up. The exact moment, and I mean the exact millisecond, that I heard the call disconnect, something impossible happened. The shampoo bottle sitting on my shower shelf launched across the entire bathtub like someone had smacked it with a baseball bat. It flew at least 6 feet before slamming into the opposite wall with a loud crack, then fell into the tub. I froze with my finger still touching my eyeball, contact lens half in. For a second I thought I was having some kind of stroke or hallucination. But the bottle was there in the tub, and I could see where it had hit the tile wall, leaving a small wet mark. This wasn't a bottle teetering on the edge that finally fell. It wasn't placed in some precarious position. It was firmly situated in the middle of my shower caddy, and it moved horizontally with incredible force, like it had been punched by something invisible. The strangest part wasn't even the movement, it was the timing. It happened precisely as Sophia's words cut off, not a second before or after, but simultaneously with the call ending. I stood there for what felt like minutes, a wave of tingles spreading across my shoulders and up into my scalp. It wasn't fear exactly, more like my body recognizing something my mind couldn't quite process. I felt the hair on my arms standing up. The bathroom suddenly seemed too small, too quiet. I finished putting in my contacts with shaking hands, then cautiously approached the tub. The bottle was just lying there, a regular bottle of Pantene. I picked it up, examined it, put it back on the shelf. I checked the shelf for water, thinking maybe it had slid somehow, but it was completely dry. I looked for anything, a draft, an open window, a logical explanation, but found nothing. My first thought wasn't actually about ghosts or spirits. It was about Sophia. We've always had this weird connection, not in a cheesy soulmate way, but in small, unexplainable ways that we've both noticed, like how we'll text each other at the exact same moment, or how I'll start humming a song and she'll say, "That's been stuck in my head all day." Or how I'll suddenly think about bringing home a specific takeout food, only to find she's already ordered it. Little coincidences that happen too frequently to be just coincidences. There was this one time last winter when I was driving home from work, and I suddenly got this overwhelming feeling that something was wrong with Sophia. No reason, just this sudden, gripping worry. I called her immediately, and it turned out she'd just slipped on ice in a parking lot and sprained her ankle. She was sitting in her car, about to call me, when my call came through. We've joked about being psychically linked before, but always in that half-serious way people do when they don't want to sound completely crazy. As I stared at the shampoo bottle, I remembered something else. Sophia used to be into witchcraft in high school. Not serious black magic stuff, just typical teenage experimentation with crystals and tarot cards. She'd mostly grown out of it, but she still maintained that energy could affect the physical world in ways science hadn't fully explained yet. I'd always nodded along respectfully, while privately thinking it was kind of silly. I don't think it's silly anymore. I sat on the edge of the tub for a while, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Was it possible that Sophia's anger had somehow reached across space and physically manifested in my bathroom? That her emotional energy had enough force to move a physical object? The rational part of my brain kept searching for explanations. Maybe the air conditioning kicked on and created a draft. It didn't. Maybe there was an earth tremor I didn't notice. There wasn't. Maybe the bottle had built up condensation and somehow hydroplaned across the shelf. That's not how physics works. I tried calling Sophia back, but she didn't answer. I wasn't surprised. She usually needs some time to cool off after arguments. I thought about texting her about what happened, but stopped myself. How do you even start that conversation? Hey, I think your anger telekinetically launched my shampoo bottle. She'd think I was making a bad joke or losing my mind. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept replaying the moment in my head, trying to catch some detail I'd missed. Around 3 in the morning, I got up and went back to the bathroom. I placed the shampoo bottle exactly where it had been and tried to recreate what happened. I even shamefully attempted to push it with my mind. Nothing happened, of course. The next morning, Sophia texted me a brief apology for blowing up. I apologized too, and we agreed to talk that evening. I still haven't told her about the bottle. I'm not sure if I should. Throughout the day, I found myself researching psychokinesis and telekinesis, the ability to move objects with the mind. Most of it seems like pseudoscience, but there are some studies from reputable universities about the effects of consciousness on physical systems. Nothing conclusive, but enough to make me wonder. What if certain people can affect physical reality through emotional energy? What if strong emotions can somehow bridge the gap between minds and matter? What if Sophia and I have some kind of connection that goes beyond the normal bounds of relationships? Or what if I'm just losing it? What if the stress of work and relationship tension caused me to misperceive what happened? Maybe the bottle just fell and my brain constructed this whole narrative to make it seem more significant. But I know what I saw. That bottle didn't just fall. It launched horizontally with force, and the timing wasn't a coincidence. It happened exactly when Sophia's anger peaked, in the precise moment she hung up. I've always considered myself a rational person. I don't believe in ghosts or psychics or any of that stuff, but I also can't deny my own experience. Something happened in my bathroom that defies physical explanation. And it happened in perfect synchronization with my girlfriend's emotional outburst miles away. It's been 24 hours, and I still don't have answers. I'm meeting Sophia for coffee in an hour to smooth things over about our argument. Part of me wants to tell her everything, to see if she's ever experienced anything similar. Another part of me is afraid she'll think I've lost my mind. All I know is that something fundamental has shifted in how I see the world. There are connections between us, between all of us maybe, that go deeper than we understand. Energy, emotions, minds, they're all intertwined in ways I never considered before. I keep looking at ordinary objects around me and wondering what else is possible. What other forces are at work that we can't see or measure? And most unsettling of all, if this happened once, could it happen again? Story 16. I still can't believe what happened to me that day on the train tracks near my house. I've been trying to make sense of it for months, but I just can't. I'm hoping writing this all down might help me process it, and maybe someone else has experienced something similar. For context, I live in a small town in Massachusetts, where these old abandoned train tracks run through our neighborhood. They haven't been used for actual trains in decades, and they've basically turned into this unofficial nature trail that everyone uses. During the day, they're actually really beautiful. They cut through these dense woods with little clearings and even pass by this small waterfall about a mile in. Most of us who grew up here have spent countless hours walking those tracks. But there's this unspoken rule around here. You don't go on the tracks after dark, not ever. Everyone knows it. Parents tell their kids, teenagers warn each other. I never really questioned why until what happened to me. I just figured it was basic safety stuff. You know, not tripping on the uneven ground, avoiding the sketchy people who sometimes hung out there at night, that kind of thing. So it was a Saturday in October, and my friend H and I had planned to take a walk on the tracks. Nothing special, just something we did pretty regularly. The plan was to meet at my place around 3 in the afternoon, which would give us plenty of time to walk down to the waterfall and back before sunset. H showed up right on time, but then her phone rang. It was our other friend B, who was having this huge fight with her boyfriend. H put the phone on speaker, and we could hear B sobbing about how her boyfriend was being a complete jerk again. It was their third big fight that week. H and I exchanged this look because we both knew this meant our plans were about to change. Sure enough, B asked if she could join us on our walk. Of course we said yes, that's what friends do. The problem was that B didn't show up at my house until almost 5, and the sun was already starting to get lower in the sky. October sunsets come early in New England, around 6 or so, and then, to make things even more complicated, B showed up with her boyfriend, apparently they'd made up, and her brother, who was visiting from college. By the time we all got our act together and started heading toward the tracks, it was already 5:30. I remember checking my phone and feeling this knot in my stomach. I almost suggested we just go to the coffee shop downtown instead, but everyone seemed so set on the walk and I didn't want to be the paranoid one. Besides, we weren't planning to go that far in, just to the old bridge about half a mile down and then back. We'd be cutting it close with daylight, but we should have been fine. The entrance to the tracks is at the end of Maple Street, where there's this break in the fence and a dirt path that connects to the old rail line. As soon as we stepped onto the tracks, something felt off. The air felt heavier somehow, colder than it should have been. I figured it was just the approaching evening and my own nerves about the time. We'd only been walking for about 10 minutes when we first heard it. Kids laughing. That wasn't unusual during daylight hours. There are houses that back up to parts of the tracks, and neighborhood kids often play in their yards. But the strange thing was, we were moving away from the residential area and into the more wooded section, so the sounds should have been getting fainter. Instead, they were getting louder. "Do you guys hear that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. H nodded, but B and her boyfriend were too caught up in some whispered argument to notice. B's brother was walking ahead of us all, seemingly oblivious too. The children's laughter grew more distinct as we continued walking. It sounded like maybe 5 or 6 kids playing some kind of game. I could hear their feet running through the underbrush alongside the tracks, but I couldn't see anyone through the trees. The sun was getting lower, casting long shadows across the tracks, and the woods on either side were getting darker by the minute. Then the laughter changed. It started to sound less like play and more like, I don't know how to describe it exactly, higher pitched, more frantic, and then one of the laughs transformed into a scream, not a playful scream, but the kind that makes your blood run cold. It sounded like a woman shrieking in absolute terror, and then silence, complete, sudden silence. B and her boyfriend finally stopped arguing and looked around. "What was that?" B asked, her voice shaky. "Probably just kids messing around," her boyfriend said dismissively. "Some teenagers trying to scare people." But I knew it wasn't teenagers. I could feel it. We kept walking, but the silence was deafening now. Even the normal forest sounds, birds, rustling leaves, distant traffic, all of it seemed to have disappeared. It was like the whole world had been muted, except for the crunch of our feet on the gravel between the old wooden railroad ties. We were approaching the bend that leads to the bridge when I saw them. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me in the fading light. Along the tree line to our right, partially hidden behind trunks and branches, were what looked like children. I counted 6 of them, standing perfectly still, watching us. They were wearing what looked like white clothes, not modern clothes, but old-fashioned, like something from a century ago. But what made my heart nearly stop was their faces. From that distance, in the growing darkness, I couldn't make out many details, except for their eyes, or rather, the lack of them. Where eyes should have been, there were just dark, empty pits. Not shadows, not hooded faces, but actual empty sockets in their pale faces. I grabbed H's arm so hard she yelped. "We need to go," I whispered urgently. "Now." "What? Why?" she asked, but then followed my gaze. I knew the exact moment she saw them because she gasped and her whole body went rigid. "Guys," I called out to the others who had gotten ahead of us, trying to keep my voice steady. "We need to head back. It's getting dark too fast." Bee's boyfriend turned around with this annoyed expression. "We just got here. The bridge is like 2 minutes away." "No," I insisted, already starting to back up. "We need to go right now." Something in my voice must have convinced them, because they stopped arguing. As we all turned to head back, I made the mistake of looking over my shoulder. The children were no longer at the tree line. They were on the tracks behind us, still distant but clearly following. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I started running. We all did. Bee was asking what was happening, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her to look behind us. I was terrified that drawing her attention to them would somehow make things worse. As we ran, I could hear footsteps behind us, not on the gravel of the tracks, but in the woods alongside us, moving quickly, too quickly for normal children. Sometimes the footsteps seemed to be coming from both sides of the tracks at once, as if they were surrounding us. About halfway back to the entrance, I saw something that still haunts my nightmares. There was a figure standing on the tracks ahead of us, tall, impossibly thin, wearing what looked like a dark coat that reached the ground. I only saw it for a split second before it seemed to dissolve into the growing darkness, but in that moment, I could have sworn it had no face at all, just smooth, pale skin where features should have been. We kept running. My lungs were burning, and I could hear Bee crying behind me. Her boyfriend, who had been so dismissive before, was now practically dragging her along, his face pale with fear. When we finally reached the entrance to the tracks, it was like crossing some invisible boundary. The oppressive feeling lifted instantly. The normal sounds of the neighborhood came rushing back. A dog barking, a car door slamming, the distant hum of the main road. We all stood there, gasping for breath. Nobody speaking for what felt like forever. "What the hell was that?" Bee's brother finally asked. He looked genuinely shaken, which surprised me, because he'd always been the skeptical type. "I don't know," I lied. Because I did know, or at least I thought I did. We'd stayed on the tracks too late, and whatever lives there after dark had found us. After that day, I started asking around about the tracks, trying to learn more without sounding completely crazy. An older neighbor told me that the area further down the tracks, past where we'd turned back, used to have these old stone walls that were covered in satanic symbols back in the 70s. Apparently, police had found evidence of fires and ritual activity there multiple times over the decades. Even my ex-boyfriend, who is the most skeptical person I know, admitted to having a strange experience there once. He'd been sitting alone near the waterfall section of the tracks one night, breaking the no after dark rule that he'd always scoffed at. He told me he suddenly heard children singing all around him, though he couldn't make out the words. When he shined his phone light into the woods, the singing stopped immediately, and he swore he saw small, pale figures retreating into the darkness. It's been 3 months since our experience, and I haven't been back to the tracks. not even during broad daylight. None of us talk about what happened, but I know we all remember. Sometimes I catch H staring off into the distance with this haunted look, and I know she's thinking about those children with their empty eye sockets. I still don't know what they were, or what would have happened if we hadn't run when we did. All I know is that there's a reason for that unspoken rule about the tracks after dark. Something lives there, something that wears the appearance of children, but is anything but innocent. And whatever it is, it's still there, waiting for people who stay too late, who break the rule that exists for a very good reason. Story 17. I've been teaching at Escuela Manuel Fernandez for 23 years now. It's one of those old colonial-style schools in San Juan that's been around since the 40s. Beautiful architecture, terrible maintenance, the kind of place with high ceilings, ornate moldings, and ceiling fans that haven't worked since I started teaching here. I've always been the rational one among my colleagues. While others would trade ghost stories during lunch breaks, I'd roll my eyes and remind them that old buildings make noises and imaginations run wild when you're looking for something to be afraid of. I used to tell my fellow teachers that all these ghost stories were just ways to make our underfunded, neglected school seem more interesting than it actually was. For context, our school has a pretty unique history. From 1955 to 1978, it operated as a specialized institution for visually impaired children and students with severe learning disabilities. The third floor was specifically designed for those with mobility issues, with special railings and equipment that was state-of-the-art back then. Now that entire floor has been sealed off for over a decade after Hurricane Maria damaged the roof. The administration never had the budget to repair it properly. The ghost stories about our school are endless. There's the tale of Little Marta, supposedly a blind girl who fell down the main staircase in the 60s. Some teachers claim they've heard a child crying near that stairwell. Then there's Mr. Vega, a math teacher who allegedly had a heart attack while teaching and died before the ambulance arrived. Custodians swear they sometimes hear someone solving equations aloud in his old classroom after hours. My colleagues have reported all sorts of things over the years. Giggles echoing down empty hallways, doors that lock themselves, chains rattling in the sealed-off third floor. I dismissed all of it. Childish nonsense, I thought. Just bored teachers in an underfunded school trying to make their workdays more exciting. That was until 3 months ago, on a Wednesday in June. Summer break had just started, but I was still coming into work on a mural project with some of my art students. We were painting the entrance hallway with scenes representing Puerto Rican history and culture. It was something I'd been fighting to get approved for years, and finally, the principal had given me the green light. That particular day, we'd stayed later than usual. The kids had left around 5, but my assistant Carmen and I remained to clean up and prepare for the next day's session. It was around 7 in the evening when I realized we were out of certain supplies, specifically plastic bags for our trash and paint-soaked rags. I'm going to check the main building supply closet, I told Carmen. Keep organizing the brushes. Our school consists of 3 buildings. The mural project was in Building C, the newest one, built in the 80s. The main administrative building, Building A, is the oldest and houses most of the classrooms, the principal's office, and importantly, the main supply closet. The walk between buildings isn't long, maybe 40 seconds across a covered walkway. But as the sun was setting, the school took on that eerie quietness that empty educational buildings always have. My footsteps echoed against the tile floors as I entered Building A. The hallway lights were on their evening setting, every third light lit, leaving pools of shadow between. I didn't think anything of it at first. I was mentally cataloguing what we needed for tomorrow, planning the section of the mural we'd tackle next. I turned down the main corridor that leads to the administrative offices and supply rooms, and that's when I saw her. About 30 feet ahead of me was a woman sweeping the floor. I assumed she was a new janitor. She was tall, unusually tall for a Puerto Rican woman, maybe 5'10" or 11. She had slick black hair pulled back in a severe bun. She wore what looked like a grey uniform dress that reached to her calves. Her back was to me as she methodically swept the floor. I called out, "Buenas noches!" but she didn't respond or turn around. I figured she might not have heard me or was wearing headphones under her hair, so I kept walking toward her. I was going to ask if she could let me into the supply closet since I didn't have keys for that particular room. As I got closer, maybe 15 feet away, she turned the corner toward the very supply closet I needed to access. Perfect timing, I thought. I picked up my pace slightly, my canvas shoes quiet against the polished floor. When I reached the corner and turned it, the hallway was empty. I frowned, looking down the corridor. The supply closet was only about 10 feet from the corner, and there were no other doors between where I stood and the end of the hall 30 feet away, which terminated in a set of heavy double doors that led to the old cafeteria. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding smaller than I intended. Nothing. I walked to the supply closet door, thinking perhaps she had already gone inside. But when I reached it, I found it securely locked with the same old padlock that had been on it for years. I even gave it a tug to be sure. I stood there, confusion slowly giving way to unease. There was literally nowhere the woman could have gone. The hallway was a straight shot with no recessed doorways, no places to hide, and the double doors at the end were the heavy type that make a distinctive sound when opened or closed. I would have heard them. "Elena, did you find the bags?" I jumped at Carmen's voice behind me. She'd followed me into the building a minute or so after I entered. I turned to her, my heart suddenly hammering in my chest. "Did you see her?" I asked. "See who?" "The janitor, the woman who was just sweeping here." Carmen looked at me strangely. "I didn't see anyone. The building's empty except for us." I felt cold all of a sudden, despite the June heat and the building's lack of air conditioning. "There was a woman right here," I insisted, gesturing down the hallway. "Tall, with black hair in a bun. She was sweeping and turned this corner just before I did." Carmen's expression changed from confusion to concern. "Elena, I was walking behind you most of the way. I didn't see anyone, and I would have. The hallway is straight." My hands started to tremble. I'm not someone who gets scared easily. I've lived through hurricanes, faced down angry parents, and broken up more student fights than I can count. But in that moment, I felt a primal fear that made my eyes water. "Let's just go," I said, my voice shaking. "We can get bags tomorrow." Carmen later told me I looked so pale she thought I might faint. She held my arm as we walked back to Building C, and I kept looking over my shoulder the entire time. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying what I'd seen in my mind. The woman had seemed so real, so solid, but as I lay in bed staring at my ceiling, I realized something that made my skin crawl. I couldn't remember her face, not because it was shadowed or unclear, but because I never saw it. She never turned toward me. I wasn't even sure now if she'd actually been holding a broom, though I'd been certain of it at the time. The next day, I mentioned what happened to a few other teachers who had come in to work on summer programs. I tried to laugh it off, saying I must have been working too hard on the mural. That's when Margot, who's taught science at our school for 30 years, went very quiet. When I pressed her, she said, "You saw her too then, La Señora de la Escoba, the broom lady." According to Margot, the woman I described matched the description of a janitor who worked at the school in the 60s and 70s, during its time as a specialized institution. Apparently, she was known for her strictness with the disabled children. Some said cruelty. Margot wouldn't elaborate much beyond that, just that there had been incidents that were covered up. "She's been seen sweeping these halls for decades," Margot told me. "Always at dusk, always from behind. No one ever sees her face." I wanted to dismiss it. I tried to convince myself I'd seen a real janitor who'd somehow slipped away. or that my tired mind had played tricks on me, but I know what I saw, and the fact that there was nowhere for her to go in that straight hallway with a locked closet at one end still makes my stomach turn. The principal checked the security logs at my insistence. No janitors were scheduled that evening. The cleaning staff had left at 4 p.m. The cameras, the few that actually work in our underfunded school, showed Carmen and me entering Building A, but no one else was captured on footage. I've changed my habits since then. I don't stay after hours anymore. The mural project continues, but I make sure we're all out by 4 p.m. when the building is still full of people and sunlight streams through the windows. My students have noticed the change, but haven't questioned it much. Some of my colleagues joke about my experience. They say I finally joined the believers after years of skepticism. Others seem genuinely concerned about how shaken I still am 3 months later. What bothers me most isn't just what I saw, but what I felt in that moment. It wasn't simply fear, it was recognition. Some deep part of me knew immediately that what I was seeing wasn't natural, wasn't right. It was like my body understood before my mind caught up. The hair on my arms stood up, my throat closed, my skin went cold. I've tried researching the history of the school more thoroughly since then. Records from its time as a specialized institution are spotty at best. There are mentions of a head custodian named Elisa Santiago who worked there for over 20 years, but no photographs, no details about how her employment ended. One elderly administrative assistant who's been with the school system for 40 years told me quietly that there had been allegations about a custodian who would lock disabled children in closets as punishment, but nothing was ever proven. Different times, she said with a shrug that made me feel sick. I don't know if what I saw was Elisa Santiago or just a manifestation of the pain that might have occurred in this building. I don't know if I believe in ghosts even now, but I do know that something was in that hallway with me. Something that shouldn't have been there. Something that disappeared in a way that defies explanation. The school year starts again next week. I've requested to be moved to Building B, away from the main hallways of the administrative building. My request was granted without much question. Apparently, I'm not the first teacher to ask for such a transfer over the years. The broom lady continues to be seen occasionally by staff working late. Just last week, a security guard quit after reporting a similar sighting. The administration attributes it to the poor lighting and our collective imagination. But I know better now, and as much as I love teaching, as much as I've dedicated my life to this school and these students, I can't shake the feeling that we're not alone in these hallways. Whatever or whoever the broom lady is, she's still here, sweeping away evidence of something we might be better off not knowing. Story 18. I am still trying to make sense of what happened in that house. It's been 3 months since we moved out, but I find myself looking over my shoulder constantly. I've never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural before, but after what I experienced, I don't know what to believe anymore. Last year in October, my boyfriend Jake and I found this cute little rental house in Millbrook. It was an older place, built in the 1920s according to the landlord, but the rent was reasonable, and we were desperate to get out of our cramped apartment. The house had these beautiful hardwood floors, a fireplace in the living room, and even a small backyard for my cat Jasper to look out at from the windows. The first few weeks were pretty normal. The house creaked and made noises, but I figured that was just what old houses do. Sometimes at night, I'd hear what sounded like footsteps in the hallway when Jake was asleep next to me. But I chalked it up to the house settling or the pipes. My mom came to visit about a month after we moved in, and she mentioned feeling weird in the guest room. When I asked what she meant, she just shrugged and said the room felt heavy, whatever that means. My best friend Amy said something similar when she came over for dinner. She kept looking over her shoulder during the evening and asked if I ever felt like someone was watching me. I laughed it off at the time. I wish I'd paid more attention. Things started getting strange when Jasper moved in. He'd been staying with my sister while we got settled, and from the moment he arrived, he was different. Jasper's normally super chill, the kind of cat who just wants to sleep in sun puddles all day. But in this house, he was constantly on edge. He'd stare into empty corners of rooms, his back arched, tail puffed up like he was facing down another cat. Sometimes he'd wake me up in the middle of the night, standing on my chest, meowing frantically while staring at something behind me. I'd turn to look, but there was never anything there. One afternoon in December, about 3 months after we moved in, I was napping on the couch. I'd been having trouble sleeping at night, so I'd started taking afternoon naps to catch up. I woke up to Jasper making this horrible yowling sound, not his normal meow, but something that sounded almost human, like he was trying to warn me. When I opened my eyes, I saw writing all over the walls. I'm not talking about a few words here and there. I mean, every inch of wall space was covered with what looked like handwriting. It wasn't in any language I recognized, just symbols and shapes that seemed to shift and change as I looked at them. I blinked hard, thinking I was still half asleep, but the writing was still there. I sat up, heart pounding, and reached for my phone to take a picture. But as I did, the writing started to fade. Within seconds, it was gone, like it had never been there at all. I spent the rest of that day on the couch, too scared to go back into my bedroom. When Jake got home from work, I told him what I'd seen, but he just laughed it off. "You were probably still dreaming," he said. "Or maybe it was just shadows from the trees outside." I wanted to believe him, but I knew what I'd seen. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't shadows. It was something else entirely. Jake never really seemed to notice anything strange about the house. He was always either at work, playing video games with his headphones on, or out with his friends. When I'd tell him about the weird things happening, he'd just shrug and tell me I was being paranoid. I started to wonder if whatever was in the house was deliberately avoiding him, or if he was just too oblivious to notice. About a week after the writing incident, I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling. It was around 3 in the morning, and Jake was fast asleep beside me. I'd been having insomnia for weeks by this point, partly because I was afraid of what I might see or hear in the dark. As I lay there, trying to will myself to sleep, I felt a pressure on the foot of the bed, like someone was sitting there. At first I thought it was Jasper, but then I remembered I'd shut him out of the bedroom because his pacing was keeping me awake. The pressure was too heavy to be a cat anyway. It was distinctly human-sized, like an adult sitting on the edge of the mattress. I froze, afraid to move or even breathe. Then slowly I lifted my head to look. There was nothing there. The foot of the bed looked completely normal, the blanket smooth, where I felt the weight pressing down, but I could still feel it, that unmistakable sensation of the mattress dipping under someone's weight. Then I felt something else, what seemed like a hand resting on the mattress near my foot. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel the distinct pressure of 4 fingers and a thumb. I don't know what possessed me to do this, but I slowly slid my leg over to where I felt the hand and gave a little kick. Immediately the pressure disappeared, like someone had quickly pulled their hand away. The weight at the foot of the bed vanished too. I lay there for what felt like hours, my heart pounding so loud I thought it would wake Jake. Eventually, I crept out of bed and spent the rest of the night on the couch with Jasper curled up protectively on my chest. After that night, things escalated. I'd come home to find objects moved from where I'd left them. My hairbrush would be on the kitchen counter instead of in the bathroom. Books would be pulled halfway off the shelf. Once, I found all the kitchen cabinets open when I was sure I'd closed them before leaving for work. Jasper's behavior got worse too. He'd refuse to enter certain rooms, particularly the spare bedroom we used as an office. He'd sit at the threshold, tail twitching, and meow plaintively, as if trying to warn me not to go in. If I picked him up and tried to carry him in, he'd struggle frantically until I let him go. One evening in January, I was alone in the house. Jake was at a friend's place for a game night. I was in the kitchen making tea when I heard what sounded like someone whispering my name from the hallway. Sarah ... It was so faint I almost thought I'd imagined it, but then it came again, a little louder this time. Sarah ... I called out, thinking maybe Jake had come home early and was trying to scare me, but there was no answer. Jasper, who'd been sleeping on the kitchen windowsill, was now fully alert. His eyes fixed on the hallway, ears flattened against his head. I grabbed a knife from the drawer, not that it would do much good against whatever was haunting us, but it made me feel a little safer, and slowly walked toward the hallway. The whispering stopped as soon as I stepped into the hall, but the air felt different, heavier somehow, like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm. The hallway was empty, but the door to our bedroom was ajar, even though I was sure I'd closed it earlier. As I approached the door, Jasper let out a warning yowl from the kitchen, but I ignored him. I needed to know what was happening in my home. I pushed the door open slowly, the knife clutched in my sweaty hand. The bedroom was dark, the only light coming from the street lamp outside our window. At first, everything seemed normal, but then I noticed something on the wall above our bed. It looked like a shadow, but it wasn't being cast by anything I could see. It was roughly human-shaped, but distorted, with elongated limbs and a too large head. As I watched, frozen in the doorway, the shadow seemed to turn toward me, though it had no visible eyes. For a moment we just stared at each other, me and this impossible shadow. Then it began to move, sliding across the wall toward me with a jerky, unnatural motion. I backed away, my heart hammering in my chest. The shadow reached the doorway and paused, as if it couldn't cross the threshold. Then, slowly, a tendril of darkness extended from the main shadow, reaching out toward me like a hand. I dropped the knife and ran. I didn't stop until I was outside the house, standing in the driveway in my socks, gasping for breath. I called Jake, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. When he answered, I was crying too hard to speak coherently. He came home immediately, and I made him go back into the house to get Jasper while I waited in the car. When Jake went inside, he said he didn't see anything unusual. The shadow was gone, the house was quiet, and Jasper was calmly grooming himself on the couch as if nothing had happened. Jake thought I was having some kind of breakdown and suggested I talk to someone about my anxiety. I knew what I'd seen, but I also knew how crazy it sounded. In the end, I agreed to sleep in the house that night, but only if we stayed in the living room with all the lights on. The next few weeks were a blur of sleepless nights and constant fear. I started spending as much time away from the house as possible, coming home only when necessary and never staying alone if I could help it. Jake remained skeptical, but even he started to notice things. The strange, cold spots in otherwise warm rooms, the way the lights would flicker when no one else on the street was having electrical problems, the distinct feeling of being watched when you were alone in a room. The breaking point came one night in February. I woke up around 2 in the morning to find Jasper sitting at the foot of the bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling above me. When I looked up, I saw the writing again. Those same indecipherable symbols from before, but this time they were slowly arranging themselves into a pattern I could almost understand. As I watched, the symbols began to form what looked like a face, a crude, childlike drawing of a face with empty eyes and a gaping mouth. The face seemed to be looking directly at me, and as I stared at it in horror, the mouth began to move, as if it were trying to speak. No sound came out, but I could somehow understand what it was trying to say. Mine. That was it. The next morning, I told Jake we were moving. No discussion. To my surprise, he didn't argue. He'd finally started to believe me, or at least believe that I believed it. Which was enough. We broke our lease, packed our things and moved in with my sister until we could find a new place. The landlord was furious, of course. He demanded to know why we were leaving so suddenly. When I told him about the strange occurrences, he got very quiet. Finally, he admitted that the previous tenants had moved out unexpectedly too, but he wouldn't tell me why. Some houses just don't fit with some people, he said, not meeting my eyes. We've been in our new apartment for 3 months now. Jasper is back to his old self, lounging in sunbeams and demanding treats. Jake and I are doing better too, though I still have nightmares about that shadow reaching for me, about that face on my ceiling claiming me as its own. Sometimes I wonder about who's living in that house now, if they're experiencing the same things I did, or if whatever was there has gone quiet, waiting for the right person to communicate with. I drive by the house occasionally just to see if it looks different somehow, but it always looks exactly the same, just a normal old house on a normal quiet street. But I know better now. I know that some houses aren't empty, even when no one lives in them. And I know that some things can see you, even when you can't see them. Story 19. I still can't sleep with the lights off. It's been 23 years since it happened, but I swear I can feel those eyes on me in the dark. My wife thinks I'm just being silly, says lots of people are afraid of the dark, but she doesn't understand. She wasn't there. She didn't see what I saw. I was 7 years old when my parents bought the house in Millfield. It was one of those typical suburban neighborhoods where all the houses look pretty much the same. 2 stories, small front yard, decent backyard. Nothing special, nothing that would make you think twice about moving in. The previous owners had been an elderly couple who moved to Florida or Arizona or wherever old people go when they retire. The house needed some work, especially upstairs. My parents had all these grand plans about repainting and replacing the carpets before we properly moved in. But Dad's job transfer meant we had to be out of our old place sooner than expected, so we ended up moving in while the renovations were still happening. Mom and Dad decided we'd all sleep in the finished basement until the upstairs bedrooms were done. The basement was actually pretty nice, fully finished with a small kitchenette, a bathroom, and a couple of makeshift bedrooms. My little sister Amy and I shared one room, and my parents took the other. Looking back, I'm grateful I wasn't alone down there. It happened on our 5th night in the house. I remember because earlier that day, I'd been upset about having to share a room with my 4-year-old sister, who kept touching my stuff. Mom had promised that in just a few more days, I'd have my own room upstairs. If only we'd waited those few more days before moving in, maybe things would have been different. I woke up early that morning, that weird time when it's not quite night anymore, but definitely not daytime either. You know, that pre-dawn darkness where everything is just different. I needed to pee, and I was too groggy to remember where the bathroom was in this new place. My first instinct was to go to my parents'. Their room was literally just across the small hallway, maybe 15 feet away. I remember sliding out of bed carefully so I wouldn't wake Amy. The floor was cold against my bare feet. There was this really dim nightlight in the hallway that cast just enough light so you wouldn't trip on anything, but not enough to actually see clearly. I padded across to my parents' room and pushed the door open slowly. They were both sound asleep. Dad was snoring quietly, and Mom was curled up with her back to him. I stood there for a moment, suddenly feeling stupid. Did I really need to wake them up just to ask where the bathroom was? I wasn't a baby anymore. So I turned around to head back to my room. That's when I saw it. There was something, crouching in the hallway between me and my bedroom door. At first, my brain tried to make sense of it. Was it a pile of laundry? A shadow? But no. It was clearly a figure, hunched down in this weird position that didn't look comfortable or natural. The dim nightlight cast just enough glow that I could make out its basic shape. It looked like a person, but wrong. It was crouching with its knees bent up near its chest, balancing perfectly on the balls of its feet in a way that seemed impossible to maintain. Its arms were wrapped around its legs, hugging them close, and it was facing me directly. But the face, God, the face is what still haunts me. It had this smile that stretched way too wide across its face, showing these perfectly straight, gleaming white teeth. Not yellowish like normal teeth. These were bright white, like freshly bleached paper, or those fake costume teeth. And the eyes, those eyes, they were completely white except for tiny black pinprick pupils in the center. They glowed slightly in the dim light, like they were reflecting more light than should have been possible in that dark hallway, and they were fixed directly on me. I couldn't move. I literally could not make a single muscle in my body respond. It was like I'd been turned to stone, my breath caught in my throat, and I just stood there staring at this thing, this smiler, as I later called it in my head, while it stared back at me with that impossibly wide grin. Time seemed to stretch out forever. I don't know if we were locked in that staring contest for 10 seconds or 2 minutes. All I know is that the entire time, it didn't blink, not once. It didn't move. It just smiled at me with those horrible teeth and those glowing white eyes. Finally, thank God, my frozen body responded to my brain's screaming signals. I bolted back into my parents' room and dove into their bed, squeezing between them and pulling the covers over my head. I was shaking so hard the whole bed was vibrating. "Ethan, what's wrong?" My mom's sleepy voice came from beside me. I couldn't speak. I just pointed toward the door, which I'd left open in my panic. Dad groaned and sat up. "Nightmare, buddy." I shook my head violently, still unable to form words. Dad sighed and got out of bed. I heard him walk to the doorway, and I peeked out just enough to see him looking down the hallway in both directions. "There's nothing there, champ," he said, coming back to the bed. "Just shadows playing tricks on you." But I knew what I'd seen, and I knew it wasn't a shadow or a trick of the light. The thing I'd seen was real. It had been looking right at me. And most importantly, the stairs that led up from the basement were old and incredibly squeaky. There's no way anyone could have gone up those stairs without making noise. But there had been nothing. No sound at all. I spent the rest of that night wedged between my parents, wide awake and terrified. When morning finally came, I was exhausted but too scared to close my eyes. The next few days were awful. I refused to go anywhere in the house alone. I wouldn't even use the bathroom unless someone waited right outside the door. My parents thought I was being ridiculous, just a kid with an overactive imagination. They kept telling me there was nothing to be afraid of, that houses make weird shadows sometimes, especially ones you're not familiar with. But I knew better. I knew what I'd seen wasn't a shadow, the way it had stared at me, the way those tiny pupils had fixed on me. It had been aware. It had known I was there. It had been waiting for me. I started having trouble sleeping. Every little noise would jerk me awake. I'd lie there, staring into the darkness, convinced that if I looked hard enough, I'd see those white eyes staring back at me. My grades started slipping. My teacher called my parents because I kept falling asleep in class. A week after the incident, we moved upstairs into our newly renovated bedrooms. I should have been thrilled to have my own space finally, but instead, I was terrified. Being alone meant being vulnerable. I begged to keep sharing with Amy, but my parents insisted I was too old to be afraid of sleeping alone. That first night in my new room, I wedged a chair under my doorknob and slept with all the lights on. I did this for weeks, until my dad got mad about the electric bill and took the light bulbs out of my room, except for one small lamp. The strange thing is, after that first encounter, I never saw the smiler again. Not directly, at least, but sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I'd catch a glimpse of something moving in the shadows. Or I'd feel like someone was watching me from the darkened doorway of my room, and occasionally, when the house was quiet at night, I'd swear I could hear the sound of quiet breathing that wasn't my own. We lived in that house for 8 more years before my dad got transferred again and we moved away. In all that time, I never felt completely comfortable there. I always felt like something was watching me, waiting for the right moment. For what? I don't know, and I never want to find out. I've tried to rationalize what happened over the years. Maybe it was sleep paralysis, though that doesn't explain how I managed to run back to my parents' bed. Maybe it was just my imagination combined with being in a new, unfamiliar place. But none of these explanations feel right. None of them account for the visceral terror I felt, or the way my stomach still turns when I remember those white eyes and that wide, unnatural smile. I'm 30 now. I have a good job, a loving wife, and a life that most would consider completely normal, but I still sleep with a nightlight. I still check the corners of rooms when I enter them, and I still can't look at those novelty fake teeth people wear at Halloween parties without feeling physically ill. Sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night and the house is quiet, I think about that crouching figure. I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't been able to move, if I'd been trapped there in that hallway with it. Would it have stayed crouching there, smiling at me until morning? Would it have done something else? The worst part is not knowing what it was or why it was there. Was it specifically after me? Was it attached to the house somehow? Or was I just unlucky enough to be in the wrong place at the wrong time? I've never told this story to anyone except my wife, who thinks it was just a childhood nightmare that left a strong impression, but I know what I saw. Those eyes, that smile, they were real. And sometimes, when I'm half asleep and my guard is down, I can still feel them watching me from the darkest corner of my room, waiting. Story 20. I still have nightmares about that house. I'm 35 now, living 3 states away from Woodhaven. But some nights, I still wake up in a cold sweat, thinking I'm back in that bedroom. My wife says I talk in my sleep sometimes, begging someone or something to stay away. I've never told her the whole story. I've barely told anyone, but I need to get this out. We moved to Woodhaven in the summer of '87, when I was just a baby. My parents got the house for a steal. Should have been our first warning. It was a 2-story colonial with a finished attic and a basement. 4 bedrooms for me, my older brother Mike, and my 2 sisters Jenny and Sarah. From the outside, it looked like any other house on the block. Normal, safe, but it wasn't. Not even close. I was too young to remember the early stuff, but my siblings told me plenty. The house made noises that couldn't be explained by settling foundations or old pipes, footsteps overhead when everyone was downstairs, doors that would slam shut even when there wasn't a breeze. My mom would find objects moved from where she'd left them, keys, books, toys. They'd disappear and reappear in strange places. By the time I was around 5, I started experiencing things myself. I'd wake up at night feeling like someone was watching me. I'd see shadows moving across my bedroom walls that didn't match anything outside. My parents chalked it up to an overactive imagination. Nathan's just making up stories, they'd say, but I wasn't. I swear I wasn't. The basement was the worst. God, that basement. No matter how many lights my dad installed down there, it remained unnaturally dark, like the darkness was eating the light. None of us kids wanted to go down there alone. Not even Mike, who was 4 years older than me and usually fearless. There was this weird wall down there. Cinder blocks that didn't match the rest of the foundation. It had a small opening near the ceiling, maybe 2 feet wide. Once, when I was around 7, Mike went through that opening on a dare. He came back white as a sheet. When my parents weren't around, he told us what he saw, a dirt floor with what looked like bones scattered around. Small bones, like from animals, he said. At least that's what he hoped they were. Dad checked it out later and said it was just old garbage from previous owners, nothing to worry about. But the look on Mike's face told a different story. But nothing compares to what happened in the summer of '95. I was 8 years old. It was a Saturday morning in July. I remember because I was excited about not having school, lying in bed listening to the radio. My window blind was down because the morning sun would hit my room directly. I was just laying there, half awake, when the blind suddenly shot up. Not like when you pull the cord and it rolls up gradually. This was violent, like someone had yanked it with incredible force. It startled me so badly I fell out of bed. I yelled for Mike, who was in the next room. He came in, annoyed at first, thinking I was just being a pest. "What's your problem?" he asked. I pointed at the window, trying to explain what happened. Then we both froze. There was a face in the window, not a reflection. A face on the other side of the glass, on the second floor. I've spent years trying to accurately describe what I saw, but words always fail. It was like a mix of a zombie, a rotting goat, and a devil. Its skin was greyish-green, hanging in places like it was decaying. Its eyes were yellow with pupils like a goat's, horizontal slits. But they weren't animal eyes. There was intelligence there, hatred. It knew we could see it, and it seemed to enjoy our terror. Mike started screaming first. I couldn't even make a sound. My throat had closed up completely. My sisters heard the commotion and ran in. Jenny was 14. Sarah was 12. When they saw what we were seeing, they started screaming too. The thing at the window, it grinned. Its mouth opened wider than any human mouth could, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. Then it pressed its hands against the glass. They weren't human hands. The fingers were too long, the joints bent in wrong directions, and the nails were black and curved like claws. Then it happened. The thing disappeared from the window, and seconds later, it was in my room. It just appeared standing at the foot of my bed. I still don't understand how. My window was closed and locked. We checked later. It moved across my bed in a blur. It seemed to trip on my blanket, stumbled, and then, I swear this is what happened, it fell through the floor. Not through a hole or a vent, through the solid floor, like it was diving into water, directly toward the basement. We all ran downstairs, screaming for our parents. Dad grabbed his baseball bat and checked every inch of the house. Mom called the police. They came, looked around, and suggested maybe we'd seen a raccoon or a neighbor playing a prank. They didn't believe us. How could they? My parents let us all sleep in the living room that night. None of us wanted to be alone. Dad stayed up in a chair, keeping watch. Nothing happened for the rest of the day. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the thing was still there, watching us, waiting. A few weeks later, I woke up in the middle of the night, freezing cold. It was strange because it was summer, and we didn't have air conditioning. The cold was unnatural. I could see my breath in the air. That's when I noticed my blankets weren't on me anymore. They were floating in a ball in the upper corner of my room. Not hanging on something, floating, suspended in mid-air, bunched up like someone was holding them. Except there was nobody there. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stared, paralyzed with fear. After what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds, I managed to call out for my mom. She came in, flipping on the light switch. The moment she stepped into the doorway, the blankets hurled themselves toward her, like they'd been thrown by invisible hands. She screamed and fell backward into the hallway. The blankets landed in a heap at the doorway. Mom and Dad argued that night. I could hear them through the walls. Dad thought someone was playing elaborate pranks on us. Mom wasn't so sure. "This house isn't right," she kept saying. "Something isn't right here." The activity escalated after that. Objects would fly across rooms. Doors would lock and unlock themselves. We'd hear voices, whispers mainly, sometimes crying, sometimes laughter. The worst was the scratching inside the walls, like something was trying to claw its way out. One night, I woke up to find all my toys arranged in a circle on the floor. In the center was a dead bird. No blood, no signs of injury, just dead, its eyes open and cloudy. I have no idea how it got into my room. The windows were closed. The door had been shut all night. My brother started sleepwalking. We'd find him in strange places, standing in front of the basement door or outside my sister's room, just staring. When we'd wake him, he wouldn't remember how he got there. Once, Mom found him trying to climb out his bedroom window at 3 a.m. When she grabbed him, he turned to her with his eyes wide open and said, "They're calling me." But his voice sounded different. deeper. Wrong. Jenny started having terrible nightmares. She'd wake up with scratches on her arms and legs, claiming that the basement man had visited her in her dreams. Sarah developed a stutter and stopped talking almost entirely for months. My parents took us to doctors, therapists. They had the house inspected for gas leaks, mold, anything that might cause hallucinations. They brought in priests, paranormal investigators, even a local psychic who left after just 10 minutes, refusing to explain why. Nothing helped. I remember the night before we finally moved out in '99. I was 12 by then. We were mostly packed, planning to leave the next morning. I was sleeping on a mattress on the floor, since my bed had already been taken apart. I woke up around 2 in the morning because my mattress was shaking, not like an earthquake. More like something was underneath it, pushing up. I rolled off just as the center of the mattress tore open from below. There was nothing there, nothing visible at least. But the mattress had a huge rip down the middle, and the stuffing was pulled out like something had clawed through it from underneath. I spent the rest of the night in the car, refusing to go back inside. We moved the next day, left some things behind because we couldn't wait to get out. Dad had lined up a new job in another town, and we were gone before sunset. I remember looking back at the house as we drove away. All the windows were dark, except for my bedroom window. The light was on, even though we'd turned off all the power. I found out years later that the house was demolished in 2003 to make way for a shopping center. Good riddance. But sometimes I wonder if whatever was in that house is really gone, or if it's still there beneath the concrete and steel, waiting. I've researched the history of that property since then. Turns out our house wasn't the first structure there. Before it was built in the 1950s, there had been an old farmhouse dating back to the 1800s. That farmhouse had burned down under mysterious circumstances, killing an entire family. And before the farmhouse, Native American burial grounds, according to local historical records. The whole area had been sacred land once. I still live with what happened in that house. It's shaped who I am, how I see the world. I can't sleep without a light on. I can't stand to be in basements. And I still flinch when I see a window blind shoot up too quickly. Sometimes on the edge of sleep, I swear I can hear scratching in the walls of my current home. And sometimes I dream of that face at the window, that horrible rotting face with the yellow goat eyes, looking for me, waiting for me. I don't know what was in that house in Woodhaven. I don't know why it targeted my family or what it wanted from us. But I know it was real. And I know that somewhere in some form it's still out there. Story 21. I still can't believe what happened that night in Puerto Rico. It's been over 20 years, and I've never been able to explain it. I've tried telling a few people, but they either think I'm making it up, or that we were just drunk or high. We weren't. I wish we had been. At least then there would be an explanation. This happened back in 1999. My buddy Carlos and I were into the punk scene, and we'd driven out to this small venue in the mountains for a show. It was this tiny place in a town I can't even remember the name of now, but the bands were good, and we had a great time. We didn't drink much, maybe 2 beers each the whole night, because we knew we had a long drive back to San Juan afterward. The show ended around 2 in the morning, and we hit the road by 2:30. Carlos was driving his old Honda Civic, nothing special but reliable. The roads in the Puerto Rican mountains are no joke. They twist and turn with these crazy hairpin curves, and there are sections where one side drops off into nothing but jungle hundreds of feet below. During the day, the views are incredible, but at night, it's just darkness beyond the guardrails. That night was especially eerie because a thick fog had settled in, the kind where your headlights just reflect back at you, and visibility was maybe 20 feet ahead at best. We had the windows cracked open, and you could smell the dampness of the jungle and hear all the coqui frogs making their noise. The radio was playing some local station, but the signal kept cutting in and out as we wound through the mountains. Man, I can barely see anything, Carlos kept saying, hunched forward over the steering wheel, driving maybe 25 miles per hour tops. I wasn't much help as the passenger. I was just as blind as he was. We'd been driving for about half an hour when I first noticed the headlights in the side mirror. At first, I didn't think anything of it, just another car on the road. But then I realized how fast they were approaching. "Someone's coming up behind us pretty quick," I told Carlos. He nodded, already checking his mirrors. "Probably some local who knows these roads better than us. I'll pull over a bit when there's space." The road was narrow, but Carlos eased as far right as he could at the next straightaway, expecting the car to pass. Instead, the headlights just got closer and closer until they were practically kissing our bumper. I turned around to look through the rear window and was immediately blinded by high beams. "What the hell is this guy doing?" Carlos muttered, slowing down even more to encourage them to pass. The car didn't pass. Instead, it stayed right on our tail, so close I couldn't even see the hood of their car, just those intense headlights. Then suddenly, the high beams switched off completely for a few seconds before flashing back on again, even brighter than before. That's when the first chill ran down my spine. There was something deliberate about it. This wasn't just some impatient driver. They were playing with us. "Speed up," I said to Carlos, who nodded and pressed the gas. We accelerated to maybe 45 miles per hour, which was dangerously fast for those foggy conditions. But the car behind us matched our speed exactly, staying right on our bumper. The high beams flashed off and on again, creating this disorienting strobe effect inside our car. What the fuck do they want? Carlos's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. For the next 15 minutes, it was like this sick game of cat and mouse. We'd speed up and they'd speed up. We'd slow down, hoping they'd pass, but they'd slow down too. All the while, those headlights kept flashing, sometimes staying off long enough that we'd lose sight of them in the fog, making us think they'd turned off somewhere, only to blast back on moments later. I was starting to think we were being set up for a robbery. Puerto Rico isn't particularly dangerous, but isolated mountain roads at 3 in the morning aren't exactly the safest place to be. My mind was racing with scenarios. Maybe they were waiting for us to reach a certain spot where they had friends waiting to block the road ahead. "Try to lose them," I suggested, my voice shaking more than I wanted to admit. Carlos nodded and really hit the gas as we came to a straight section. The Civic lurched forward, and for a moment, the headlights fell back a bit. I felt a flicker of hope. "I think it's working," I said, still twisted around in my seat to watch the headlights. But then something impossible happened. The headlights suddenly grew larger, coming at us with a speed that made no sense. No car should have been able to accelerate that fast. In seconds, they were on our bumper again, and then, terrifyingly, pulling alongside us. For the first time, we got a look at the car itself. It was a white sedan. I couldn't tell you the make or model because it was just so generic. Like if you asked a child to draw a car, that's what it looked like. A plain white sedan with no distinctive features at all. No hubcaps, no trim details, nothing. And the windows were dark, not tinted, but like there was nothing but blackness inside. Carlos was cursing in Spanish, trying to maintain control as the white car paced us, driving way too close on a road barely wide enough for 2 vehicles. I kept trying to see the driver, but the windows were completely black, not even a silhouette. Then the white car suddenly accelerated ahead of us and swerved sharply in front, forcing Carlos to slam on the brakes. We skidded for what felt like forever, the tires screaming on the wet pavement. I was sure we were going over the edge, but somehow Carlos kept control, and we screeched to a halt just inches from the white car's bumper. The car had positioned itself sideways, completely blocking the narrow mountain road. There was jungle on one side and a steep drop on the other. We were trapped. "Lock the doors," I whispered, reaching for my door lock, even as Carlos hit the central locking button. We sat there, engine still running, the wipers squeaking across the windshield as they tried to clear the fog that was condensing on the glass. The white car just sat there, headlights still on, engine idling. We waited for someone to get out, for something to happen. Nothing did. "What should we do?" Carlos asked, his voice barely audible. "Should we try to go around?" I shook my head. There wasn't enough room to squeeze by on either side. "Maybe we should just get out and run," I suggested, eyeing the dense jungle beside the road. "Better than sitting here waiting for whoever's in that car." Carlos nodded slowly. "On three, we open the doors and book it into the trees. Leave everything." We counted down together, our hands on the door handles, hearts pounding in our chests. 1. 2. Before we got to 3, the white car's engine revved loudly. The sound wasn't right. It had this hollow, echoing quality that didn't sound like any engine I'd ever heard. The car straightened itself out, aligning perfectly with the road again, and then just drove forward. We watched, stunned, as it moved away from us, its taillights glowing red through the fog. But then something happened that I still can't explain, that I still see in my nightmares. The taillights didn't just disappear into the fog. They faded away. Not like they were getting more distant, but like the car itself was dissolving, becoming transparent, until there was nothing there at all. Carlos and I sat in complete silence for what must have been 5 full minutes. Neither of us could speak. Finally, Carlos tried to start the car, which had stalled when we braked so hard. But his hands were shaking so badly he kept missing the ignition. "Did you see that?" I finally managed to ask. He just nodded, still trying to get the key in. "It disappeared. The car fucking disappeared," I said, needing to hear it out loud to process what we'd seen. "I know what I saw," Carlos said, finally getting the car started. "But it's not possible." We sat there for another 10 minutes, too scared to move forward, until finally we saw actual headlights approaching from behind us. A normal pickup truck drove past, an older man at the wheel who gave us a curious glance but kept going. Seeing another human being, another normal vehicle, somehow broke the spell of fear that had paralyzed us. Carlos put the car in gear, and we continued down the mountain, driving even slower than before, both of us scanning the road ahead and the mirrors constantly. We didn't speak much, just kept the radio on loud to fill the silence. The next day, we told Carlos's grandmother what had happened. She crossed herself immediately and told us about El Carro Fantasma, the ghost car that haunts the mountain roads. According to her, it was the spirit of a family that died in a horrible accident in the 1960s when their car went off one of the cliffs. She said the ghost car chases travelers at night, trying to force them off the road to share their fate. I don't know if I believe that explanation, but I know what I saw. That car wasn't normal. The way it moved, the way it looked, the way it disappeared. I've never experienced anything like it before or since. I've avoided driving on mountain roads at night ever since. Carlos sold his Civic a month later. Said he couldn't stand to be in it anymore. We don't talk about that night much, but sometimes, when we've had a few drinks, one of us will ask, "Remember that thing in the mountains?" And the other just nods. Because how do you forget something like that? How do you explain a car that hunts you down and then vanishes into thin air? I don't have answers. I just know that whatever was on that road with us that night wasn't from this world, and I pray I never encounter it again. Story 22. I am honestly still struggling to process everything that happened last summer. I've barely told anyone about this, but I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can explain what I went through. I moved back to Seoul in March of 2020 after living abroad for nearly 7 years. With COVID spreading and my job allowing remote work, it seemed like the perfect time to reconnect with my family. My parents found me a decent apartment in Dobonggu, this quiet neighborhood at the base of Dobongsan Mountain. It wasn't fancy, but it was on the 4th floor with a small balcony that faced the mountain, and the rent was reasonable. The first couple months were pretty uneventful. I settled into a routine of working from home, taking occasional hikes on the mountain trails when restrictions allowed, and having dinner with my parents and younger brother twice a week. They lived about 20 minutes away by bus. After being away for so long, it felt good to be home. Then came that night in July. It was unbelievably humid, the kind of summer night where the air feels like a wet blanket. I remember it so clearly because I couldn't sleep. Around 2 in the morning, I gave up trying and went to the kitchen for some water. That's when I noticed the balcony door was slightly ajar. I was certain I'd closed it before going to bed. With the mosquitoes that time of year, leaving it open would have been a nightmare. As I walked over to close it, I froze. There was someone standing on my balcony, a woman, middle-aged, maybe in her 50s, wearing a bright red hiking outfit, those matching windbreaker jackets and pants that older Koreans love wearing on mountain trails. Her hair was in a neat bob cut, very typical Ajuma style. She was just standing there, looking out at the mountain, completely still. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I live on the 4th floor. There's no way anyone could have climbed up there. The building's fire escape is on the opposite side. I must have made some noise because she slowly turned to face me. Her expression was blank, completely emotionless. Not threatening, not frightened, just empty. Our eyes met and I couldn't move. I couldn't even scream. It was like my body had completely shut down. Then she did something that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. She walked straight through the partially open balcony door and into my apartment. Not aggressively. She moved slowly, almost floating. She walked past me, so close I could have reached out and touched her. But I remained frozen. I caught a whiff of something that smelled like soil after rain. She walked around my small studio apartment looking at my things with mild curiosity, never touching anything, just observing. Then she walked back to the balcony and I don't know how to explain this part. She just wasn't there anymore. 1 second she was stepping onto the balcony and the next she was gone. I finally managed to move. I slammed the balcony door shut, locked it, and checked every corner of my apartment. Nothing. I called my parents, but hung up before they answered. What would I even say? I sounded crazy even to myself. I didn't sleep a wink that night. I kept the lights on and sat with my back against the wall until morning. The next day, I convinced myself it had been a vivid dream or some kind of sleep paralysis. I'd been working too much, not getting enough fresh air because of COVID restrictions. Stress hallucinations, maybe. I even Googled hallucinations from stress and tried to reassure myself that way. Life went back to normal for about a week. I was just starting to forget about the incident when it happened again. This time, I was in bed, half asleep. It was around 3 in the morning when I heard the soft sliding sound of my balcony door opening. My blood turned to ice. I was fully awake instantly, but I kept my eyes shut tight, praying that if I didn't look, it wouldn't be real. But I felt a presence in the room. The air seemed to get heavier, colder. I could hear soft footsteps approaching my bed. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore and opened my eyes. She was standing right beside my bed, looking down at me. The same woman, same red hiking outfit, same blank expression. The moonlight from the window cast half her face in shadow. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I wanted to move, but my body wouldn't respond. She just stood there, staring at me for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then she turned and walked toward the balcony again. This time, I forced myself to watch as she stepped out and disappeared. One moment she was there, the next she wasn't. It wasn't like she jumped or climbed down. She simply ceased to exist once she crossed the threshold. After that night, the visits became more frequent. Sometimes she'd appear once a week, sometimes twice. Always at night, always entering through the balcony, always in that same red hiking outfit. She never spoke, never tried to harm me, just walked around my apartment before leaving the same way she came. I started to notice patterns. She always appeared on clear nights. Never when it was raining. She seemed to prefer nights when the moon was visible from my balcony, and the more she visited, the more I noticed something else. Her presence felt draining. After each visit, I'd wake up exhausted, like I hadn't slept at all, even when I managed to fall back asleep. Around this time, I started noticing changes in my family too. My parents, who usually got along great, were arguing more when I visited. Small things at first. What to have for dinner, whose turn it was to do the dishes. But gradually escalating to old grievances and deeper issues. My brother, usually talkative and energetic, became withdrawn and irritable. I didn't connect these changes to my visitor at first. Why would I? But then, during a family dinner about a month after the visits began, my mother said something that sent chills down my spine. "This house is sucking the life out of us," she said, not looking at anyone in particular. "Don't you feel it, like something's feeding on our energy?" My chopsticks clattered onto the table. My father gave me an odd look, but didn't say anything. My brother just kept eating, eyes downcast. I wanted to tell them then about the woman, the visits, everything, but I was afraid they'd think I was losing my mind, so I kept quiet. But that night, I made a decision. The next time the woman appeared, I would try to communicate with her. I needed answers, needed to know why she was visiting me and what she wanted. I didn't have to wait long. 3 nights later, I felt the familiar chill in the air around 2 in the morning. I sat up in bed, already knowing what I would see. The balcony door sliding open, the woman in red stepping into my apartment. This time I didn't pretend to be asleep. I didn't freeze in fear. I sat up and looked directly at her as she entered. She seemed momentarily surprised to find me awake and waiting, but continued her usual path through my apartment. As she turned to leave, I finally found my voice. "Why do you keep coming here?" My voice sounded strange, hoarse from disuse and fear. "What do you want from me?" She stopped. Slowly, she turned to face me. For the first time, her expression changed. Her blank face crumpled, and to my absolute shock, she began to cry. Not loud sobbing, but silent tears streaming down her face. She looked devastated, lost, alone. I didn't know what to do. I half rose from the bed, unsure whether to approach her or run away. Before I could decide, she turned and walked quickly to the balcony. Like all the other times, she vanished as she crossed the threshold. That was the last time I saw her. The following days were strange. I felt lighter somehow, like a weight had been lifted. When I visited my parents, I noticed they seemed more like their old selves too. The arguments had stopped. My brother was talking again, even joking around like he used to. But the encounter left me deeply unsettled. Who was she? What did she want? Why did she cry when I spoke to her? And why did she never return after that night? I started asking subtle questions around the neighborhood. Had anyone died in my building recently? Were there any local legends about the mountain? No one had any answers that fit what I'd experienced. 2 months later, my parents announced they were moving to Singapore for my father's work. Around the same time, I got a job offer in Australia. Within weeks, we had all left Seoul behind. It's been almost a year now. I'm settled in Melbourne, living in a high-rise apartment with no balcony. My parents are happy in Singapore. My brother is finishing university in the States. We never talk about that strange summer, but I still think about her. I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, half expecting to see her standing by my bed. I check that my windows are locked before going to sleep, even though I'm 14 floors up. Was my apartment haunted? Was it something about that location near the mountain? Or was it all in my head? Some kind of shared delusion brought on by the stress of the pandemic and being back in Korea after so long away. I don't have answers. I just know what I experienced. Sometimes I wonder if I should have asked different questions, if I should have tried to help her somehow, if her tears meant she found some kind of peace. or if they meant something else entirely. All I know is that somewhere in Seoul, there's an apartment with a balcony facing Dobongsan Mountain, and on clear nights when the moon is bright, I wonder if she still visits, looking for something or someone that isn't there anymore. Story 23. I've been debating whether to post this for months now, but I need to get it off my chest. My husband Stefan and I have lived in Zagreb, Croatia for about 7 years. We're both pretty rational people. I work as an accountant and he's in IT. We have 2 poodles, Milo and Luna, who we absolutely adore and walk every evening after dinner. Our neighborhood is nothing special, just a quiet residential area with some nice paths along a small stream. We've walked the same route hundreds of times. It's a gravel path that runs beside the water, and we usually go about 500 meters from our apartment building before turning back. Sometimes we see deer or foxes, which always gets the dogs excited. That's normal. What happened 3 months ago was not normal, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. It was a Tuesday in October, around 8 in the evening. The days were getting shorter, but it wasn't completely dark yet, that weird twilight time when the streetlights have just come on. Stefan and I were chatting about something mundane, probably what to watch on Netflix later, while the dogs trotted ahead of us on their leashes. The air was crisp, but not too cold, and there was nobody else around. That's pretty typical for weeknight walks in our area. We were about halfway through our usual route when both dogs suddenly froze. And I mean completely stopped moving, like someone had pressed pause. Luna's tail went straight down, and Milo started making this low growl I'd never heard from him before. I tugged gently on their leashes, thinking maybe they'd spotted a hedgehog or something, but they wouldn't budge. That's when I followed their gaze and saw it. About 50 steps ahead of us on the path was something. At first glance, it looked like a black dog, maybe a Labrador size, but something was off about it. The proportions weren't quite right, and it was so black, not like a black dog's fur that has different shades and textures in the light. This was like a void, completely absorbing all the light around it. "Stefan, do you see that?" I whispered, gripping his arm. "Yeah," he said quietly. "What the hell is that?" Our dogs are usually super friendly with other animals. They'll pull on their leashes, wagging their tails, eager to make friends with every dog we pass, but they were terrified of this thing. Luna was trembling against my leg. The creature was just standing there, facing away from us. Then, as if it sensed us watching, it slowly turned its head in our direction. I couldn't make out any features, no eyes, no snout, nothing. Just this black silhouette that somehow felt wrong. My skin crawled and I had this overwhelming feeling of dread washing over me. What happened next made me question my sanity. The thing suddenly moved, not like an animal running, but more like it glided toward a fence that bordered someone's yard about 10 meters away. As it reached the fence, it didn't jump over or go around. It just dissolved. Like smoke or mist, it seemed to break apart into tiny black particles that hung in the air for maybe 3 or 4 seconds before completely disappearing. I looked at Stefan, and his face had gone completely white. He saw it too. This wasn't some trick of the light or my imagination. "Let's go home," he said, his voice shaky. "Now." We turned around immediately, practically dragging our dogs who were still frozen with fear. My heart was racing, and I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see that thing following us. The dogs finally started moving on their own, after we'd put some distance between us and where we'd seen the creature, but they kept close to us, which they never do. We'd only walked about 100 meters back toward our apartment when the second thing happened. We were passing under one of the streetlights, and Luna had stopped to sniff at something in the grass. Stefan was holding her leash, waiting for her to finish, when I noticed he was staring at something behind me with this horrified expression. I turned around and felt my blood run cold. The grove of trees about 20 meters behind us, the same direction we'd just come from, had gone completely dark. Not just normal nighttime dark, but an absolute impenetrable blackness. It was as if someone had erased that part of the landscape, creating this massive black void where trees should be. The streetlight we were standing under was still working fine, still casting light all around us, but it was like the light couldn't penetrate whatever was happening in that grove. This unnatural darkness lasted for maybe 3 or 4 seconds, and then just lifted. The trees were suddenly visible again, lit normally by the ambient light from the street. There was no explanation for what could block out all light like that while leaving the streetlight functioning. We didn't say a word to each other. We just grabbed the dogs and ran all the way home, not stopping once. When we finally got inside our apartment, we locked the door and sat in the living room with all the lights on. The dogs were still acting weird, staying close to us and whimpering occasionally. "Did you see that?" I finally asked Stefan, my voice barely audible. "The thing on the path or the darkness?" he replied. "Both." "Yeah, I saw both." He ran his hands through his hair, something he does when he's stressed. "Anna, what the hell was that?" I had no answer. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe the black dog was just a stray and it ran behind the fence where we couldn't see it anymore. Maybe the darkness was some weird atmospheric phenomenon or a power fluctuation affecting just that area. But deep down, we both knew those explanations were bullshit. We've lived in this neighborhood for years. We know every corner of it. We've walked that path in all seasons, all weather, all times of day. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Neither of us has ever experienced anything supernatural or unexplainable. We're not the type of people who believe in ghosts or monsters, but what else could it have been? The way that thing moved wasn't natural. The way it dissolved into mist definitely wasn't natural. And nothing natural could explain that absolute darkness that seemed to swallow the grove while leaving the streetlight unaffected. For weeks afterward, we took a different route for our evening walks. Eventually, we worked up the courage to go back to our usual path, but only during daylight hours, and never alone. We haven't seen anything unusual since that night, but I still get tense every time we walk past that spot. The dogs seem fine now, but they'll occasionally stop and stare into the trees, for no apparent reason, which they never did before. I've spent hours researching local folklore, trying to find anything that might explain what we saw. Croatia has plenty of myths and legends, but nothing that matches our experience. I've even looked into scientific explanations, atmospheric anomalies, rare animal species, optical illusions, but nothing fits. Stefan and I have talked about it endlessly, going over every detail, trying to make sense of it. The only thing we know for sure is that we both experienced the same thing. We saw the same creature, watched it dissolve the same way, and witnessed the same unnatural darkness fall over the grove. Sometimes I wonder if it was some kind of warning or omen. Nothing bad has happened to us since then, but I can't shake the feeling that we encountered something that shouldn't exist in our world, something that was just passing through maybe, or something that's always been there but usually remains hidden. The strangest part is how normal everything else is. We still live in the same apartment, walk the same dogs, go to the same jobs. Life goes on as if nothing happened, but everything feels slightly different now, like the world is a bit more mysterious and unpredictable than I thought. I haven't told anyone else about this until now. Who would believe us? We sound crazy even to ourselves when we talk about it. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. That absolute terror when the creature turned toward us, that bone-deep wrongness of its very existence, and that overwhelming sense of dread when the darkness fell. I still think about it almost every day. What was it? Why did it appear to us? Will we ever see it again? And most importantly, are there other things out there, just beyond our perception, that we've been lucky enough not to encounter until now? I don't have any answers. All I know is that my understanding of reality has been permanently altered. There are things in this world that defy explanation, things that shouldn't be possible but somehow are. And sometimes, on an ordinary evening walk with your dogs, those things reveal themselves to you whether you want them to or not. I'm sharing this because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. Sometimes I manage to convince myself it was all in our heads, some kind of shared hallucination or misperception. But then I remember the way our dogs reacted. Animals can't be influenced by suggestion or imagination. They saw something real, something that terrified them, and so did we. Desi, story 24. I never thought I'd write this out, even after all these years. I'm 67 now, but my hands still shake when I think about what happened in Yerba Buena. I was just 9 years old when Santos and Cayetano Hernandez came to our village. It feels like yesterday. Our village was nothing special, just a small cluster of homes near the Sierra Madre Oriental mountains. We were poor, isolated, and desperate for something better. My parents worked themselves to the bone, farming just to put food on our table. I remember my stomach growling at night, more often than not. When Santos and Cayetano arrived in December of 1962, they seemed different from anyone we'd ever seen. They wore clean clothes and spoke with confidence. They called meetings in the village square, telling us about an ancient Incan god who had been forced into exile. I didn't understand much of it then, but everyone was captivated by their words. "This God will bring riches to those who follow," Santos would say, his voice carrying across the square. "Gold, food, and power to those who believe." People started giving them food, shelter, even the little money they had. My parents were skeptical at first, but when neighbors started claiming their crops were growing better after praying to this god, even they began to listen. The desperation in our village was thick enough to cut with a knife. After a few weeks, some people started questioning the brothers. Where was this god? When would the riches come? That's when everything changed. I remember it was a cold January night when they brought her to the village, Magdalena Salas. They said she was the living embodiment of the Incan goddess, sent to walk among us. I'll never forget the first time I saw her. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but there was something about her eyes, dark and intense, like they could see right through you. The ceremony they held that night was like nothing I'd ever seen. They built a large bonfire in the center of the village. The brothers had decorated her in colorful fabrics and gold-painted ornaments. When she stepped into the firelight, people gasped. The flames reflected in her eyes made them look like they were burning from within. At first, she just followed the brothers' lead, repeating phrases they whispered to her, accepting offerings from villagers. But within days, something shifted. She started speaking on her own, making demands, issuing orders. The brothers looked surprised but didn't stop her. "The goddess is speaking through her more powerfully than we expected," Santos explained to the village elders. Within weeks, Magdalena had taken complete control. She moved into the largest house in the village, which belonged to the former mayor. She demanded daily offerings and began holding private ceremonies that only certain villagers were invited to attend. My parents kept me away from her as much as possible, but it was a small village. There was no escaping her presence. I remember hiding behind our house one evening. When I saw her walking with Santos and Cayetano, they were arguing in hushed voices. "This wasn't the plan," Santos hissed at her. "Plans change," she replied, her voice eerily calm. "These people are mine now. Cross me, and you'll be the first sacrifice." The brothers fell silent after that. Whatever scheme they had planned, Magdalena had taken it over completely. Things got worse quickly. She began demanding people prove their faith by enduring pain. I saw my neighbor's 16-year-old daughter return from one of these private ceremonies with burns on her arms and a vacant look in her eyes. When her parents questioned her, Magdalena had them publicly whipped the next day. Doubters will suffer in this life and the next, she announced to the village. By March, several families had tried to leave. 2 were caught. I still remember their screams. Magdalena had them tied to posts in the village square. She announced they had betrayed the god and must pay the ultimate price. I tried to run away, but my mother grabbed me, covered my eyes and whispered for me to be quiet. But I could still hear. The sounds of what happened to those people still wake me up at night. After that, nobody dared to leave. We were prisoners in our own village. In April, Magdalena announced that the god was hungry for blood. At first, it was chickens and goats. The village square would reek with the stench of animal blood as she conducted these sacrifices, drinking some from a stone cup she carried everywhere. But animals weren't enough for long. I remember the night it happened. The whole village was summoned to the square. 2 men, brothers who had been planning to escape, were dragged to the center. They were beaten, barely conscious. Magdalena wore a headdress made of feathers and gold paint. Her face was different somehow, like someone else was looking through her eyes. The goddess requires human blood to maintain her earthly form, she announced. These traitors will provide it. What happened next? I've spent decades trying to forget. She had them tied to wooden stakes. With a knife that Santos had brought, she cut into them, not quickly, slowly, deliberately. She collected their blood in her stone cup and drank it while they were still alive, watching them. The sounds they made weren't even human anymore. After that night, more ceremonies followed. More people disappeared. Some were selected as special servants and taken to caves outside the village where Magdalena had established some kind of temple. Few ever returned, and those who did were changed, broken in ways I couldn't understand as a child. My parents were terrified. My father had been a respected farmer before all this, but now he kept his head down and did whatever was asked without question. My mother would cry silently at night when she thought I was asleep. They were planning something, whispering when they thought I couldn't hear. One night in early May, my father woke me up before dawn. "We're leaving," he whispered. "Don't make a sound. Take only what you can carry in one small bag." We slipped out of our house in the darkness. 2 other families were waiting at the edge of the village. Together, we crept through the fields, keeping low, moving as quickly and quietly as possible. We had almost reached the tree line when we heard the shouting, "Traitors! Blasphemers!" Torches appeared behind us. Magdalena's guards, villagers who had completely given themselves to her, were coming. My father pushed me toward the trees. "Run!" he shouted. "Run, and don't look back!" I ran. God help me, I ran. The sounds behind me, shouting, screaming, my mother's voice calling my name, then suddenly cut off. I kept running. I didn't stop until I collapsed in a ravine miles away. I hid there until morning, shaking, too terrified to cry. I didn't know what to do. I was 9 years old, alone in the mountains. I knew there was a larger town about a day's walk away, but I was afraid Magdalena's people would find me on the main paths. So I wandered, eating berries and roots my father had taught me were safe, drinking from streams, hiding whenever I heard voices. On the 3rd day, I encountered Sebastian Guerrero. He was 14, from a neighboring village, searching for treasure in the mountains that local legends said was hidden in caves. He found me instead, dirty, hungry, and terrified. Sebastian took me to his camp and shared his food. I told him everything. At first, he didn't believe me, thought I was making up stories. But something in my eyes must have convinced him. He promised to take me to the police in the morning, but first he wanted to see if what I was saying was true. He wanted to look at the caves where Magdalena had her temple. I begged him not to go, but he was older, stronger, and stubborn. He said he would just peek, not go inside, and then we would go straight to the authorities. I was too scared to go with him, so I stayed at his camp, praying he would come back. Hours passed. The sun began to set. Sebastian didn't return. I was paralyzed with fear, certain that Magdalena had found him. As darkness fell, I couldn't stay there alone. I gathered what little supplies Sebastian had left and started walking toward the town he had pointed out to me. I walked all night, jumping at every sound. By morning, I reached the town and went straight to the police station. I was filthy, exhausted, and could barely speak through my tears. The officers there thought I was just a runaway at first. When I finally managed to tell my story, they exchanged looks I didn't understand at the time, but now recognize as disbelief. They gave me food and clean clothes while they looked into it. I overheard them talking about the imagination of children and mass hysteria. Only one officer, Luis Martinez, seemed to take me seriously. He kept asking me questions, making notes, looking at maps. The next day, Officer Martinez told me he was going to check out the caves. He promised he would find Sebastian and help my parents if they were still alive. He left that morning. He never came back either. 2 days later, after Officer Martinez failed to report in, they finally took action. Police from several towns, along with military personnel, went to Yerba Buena and the caves I had described. What they found there made national news, though they kept many of the details from the public. Magdalena had transformed the caves into a chamber of horrors, altars stained with blood, body parts preserved in jars, the remains of at least 23 people, including Sebastian and Officer Martinez. Both had their hearts cut out while they were still alive. When the authorities arrived, there was a shootout. Many villagers, people I had known my whole life, fought to the death to protect Magdalena. The Hernandez brothers were killed trying to escape. Magdalena and her actual brother, who had joined her sometime after she took power, were found hiding in a hut filled with blood-soaked artifacts and journals detailing her ascension to godhood. They were arrested and eventually sentenced to 50 years in prison. The newspapers called it the blood cult of Yerba Buena. They said Magdalena believed drinking human blood would make her immortal. They said she had convinced dozens of ordinary people to participate in human sacrifice. My parents were among the dead. I was placed with a foster family in Mexico City, far from the mountains and the memories. I never went back to Yerba Buena. I heard they eventually abandoned the village entirely. No one wanted to live there after what happened. I'm an old man now. I've built a life, had a family of my own. But I've never told them the full story. How could I explain what I saw? How human beings can transform into monsters given the right circumstances? How quickly civilization can crumble in the face of fear and false promises? Sometimes I wonder if Magdalena really believed she was a goddess, or if she just discovered she had the power to make people believe anything she wanted. Either way, the result was the same. Evil doesn't need supernatural origins. Sometimes it just needs the right person in the right place at the right time. And sometimes all it takes for evil to flourish is for a 9-year-old boy to run away instead of looking back.